plain enough to see. People say I'm not the type of man to really be a lover, oh no. But every day I pray, oh yeah, you'll never leave me for another, 'cause you're my one and only lover, who means the world to me, and is plain enough to see. Do do up to up to up to do up to up to up to do up to up to up to do up to up to.
Breeze 93.9. Feel the music.
I wanna ride in my one bomb, stroll all around, rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my one bomb, stroll all around, rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. Soldier rise, come and vibe to this rhythm. Feeling alive by an eye reggae paradise. For me, soldier rise, come and vibe to this rhythm. Feeling alive by an eye reggae paradise. Every time we jam and I, you know we got that vibe now. Rastafari, I and I, we dancing to this world now. Fuji man or Rasta man, you know we breaking it down now. Fuji man or Rasta man, you know we break it down now.
Bring a different mode to our almost words for the praise.
What so let's say?
What a chick be new, then the boys be worse than the beat.
So let be here. I wanna ride in my one bomb, stroll all around, rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my one bomb, stroll all around, rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down.
BAOTOMANUA, let's go. I'm 11 and over giving them hits while we blow. Each and every track we dropping by my clock. Let it blow, blow it till it blow the city, burn it silly, burn it down. I'm feeling a rhythmic won't stand up, I live by the pound. So hold me down, hold me down, hold me down. Cause the guys now got me smoking, keep me lifted off the ground. We have killers coming after us, they come from all around. We the new expansion to this group instead we're broken down. I'm a living while I'm living in Samoa, I will pray. Only there I know may come true. Every day, Opumanu, Apango, Pango, listen, I return. So bring us that beat back.
I wanna ride in my one bomb, stroll all around, rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my one bomb, stroll all around, rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I'm a last minute member, I'm being introduced. When you're vibing all the rhythms, it is me you should accuse. You show me funny faces, thought I was a joke, but now I'm jamming with my boys, them would sing and auto. Don't really care, don't really know, cause now I'm showing all the people that we got the flow. I wanna ride in my one bomb, stroll all around, rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my one bomb, stroll all around, rolling up from
from daddy, going back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down.
Respect now, be Rob on the mic. Respect now. Last night just got it right, spinning and rhyming, making it bigger. Then now here I come. Be Rob on the mic, about to tear it down. Lots of love to the boys in the hood and most them girls I see. Give me numbers, pretty girls, if you know what I mean. Living life in the north side, you know that's how we roll. Test us, we stay burning like whoa, 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 whoa. Be Rob on the mic every day. Be Rob, Jack come down and save me. Be Rob, fellas hold on your ladies. Be Rob, a diagram crazy.
I wanna ride in Mac 1 bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from daddy, going back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in Mac 1 bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from daddy, going back to zero down.
Sense. Gravitational pull in the world where I exist. Continuation of this music, do the best that I can give as I live day to day in the present and forget. With try to change my ways on the path that is given. Been a long and crazy road, still I push up for the biz. Drizzle love over the track with some pride for a bit of unmistakable taste. Waste not when driven. When the fire is ablaze, cool the heat down, no more skit. Worked in and out of doing music, so you can say I live for this. Mind, body, and soul, beat on my heart. This is it. Perceptive, open, simply stricken when you vibe to a crisp bucket list. Not fulfilled, not yet. Listening, I'm loving the way you sound, screaming loud, rocking it. Shocking when I see you bobblehead. I live for it, wish for this unconditional love. Hover above the clouded dish. Shroud has been removed from this being, spark some wit here. Kanta, burita nota bogu. Si tu usma osisa. Esti ilina lohu. Mekut wita. Kanta, burita nota bogu. Si tu usma osisa. Esti ilina lohu. Mekut wita. Take up on the fact that I now have your attention. Pretensions were my intentions, no more misdirection, misaffection for my goal. Back to claim what I hold ever so dearly. This time, never again will I fold. Bold with the vocalizations and treble ways, devil ways, straight away. I'm back to better days. Burden on my shoulders, lifted no bolder. Will I play? The sickness has been diminished. Now I'm serious with the play. Mix and match, synonyms versatile with variety. No hearing shall be paid to the judgment of society. Proposal has been pitched. Trust, there's no denying me. Onomatopoeia, boom, boom. In the side of three, spite of he who taketh so much ish for a widened plea. Tried to cross America, never going to hit up on the coast to sea. Posted free, toasted he has put on the game. No shame, no timid styles to be added on the main. Burita nota bogu. Si tu usma osisa. Esti ilina lohu. Mekut wita konda. Burita nota bogu. Si tu usma osisa. Esti ilina lohu. Mekut wita. Here to give you music that will never change. Here to show you love that can never be rearranged. Not here to preach a violence, positive I will stay. Here to keep the light if you reach your darkened days. Here to keep it moving, no stopping, I will say. Here to be right here, even if here will often stray. Here just to be right here after there goes away. Or if one approaches what, how else would here play? Kanta and burita nota bogu. Si tu usma osisa. Esti ilina lohu. Mekut wita. Kanta and burita nota bogu. Si tu usma osisa. Esti ilina lohu. Mekut wita. Kanta and burita nota bogu. Si tu usma osisa. Esti ilina lohu. Mekut wita. Kanta and burita nota bogu. Si tu usma osisa. Esti ilina lohu. Mekut wita.
Et zu ita saluda antes de niga radzał za malak estrellas durante todo el a no distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi preba tu la noche nai banderata Gaigi, pues atan fanny bandera, co esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentami man ko body
Fanogi tamoru purita nota kantai matu na nyagi toru ilugat para i honra para i gloria Abiba isla sin para y honra, para y gloria, Abiba isla sin todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
Check it out. Let's do this.
Tropical sunshine shining on my head.
Friday, woohoo, madness! Friday.
Viva!
Right on. Hi, Bree.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. I love the fact that we've got like coconut trees out on the front. That is such a wonderful thing to see when you come into work every day.
Never take the trees for granted. Good morning. Friday. Joe Sir with the beautiful Harmon sunrise right there. Beautiful morning.
Half a day and good morning to Baza Gardens, Totu Gardens,
All the gardens.
all the gardens, Fern
Ganja
Terrace,
Gardens.
Marianas Terrace, Liguan Terrace,
There's a lot of terraces.
Yeah.
Marianas Terrace.
Marianas Terrace,
Right on.
Tumon Heights, Carlos Heights,
Git
Agana
Terrace.
Heights, Barragata Heights.
Don't forget the Git Terrace.
Get Uprise. Good terrace.
Apra Heights. Barragata
Upper
Heights. Lower Barragata Heights.
Yeah.
You know, it's once you start naming a village day, it's like you got to keep going and, name everyone.
Yeah, because hey, what about my street?
What about a Gaffagumas, bro?
What about my court?
It's 6:26 on the link. Friday morning. Yep. November 5th, year of the COVID, 2021. Good morning. Brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. And speaking of IT&E, we will have IT&E this morning, Jay.
Yeah, they've got some really cool products that they are revealing on this show, and you guys are going to save a lot of money and score some really, really good tech. So I would do the thing where you crack your knuckles, get your mouse hand all ready, and flex your wrist.
Get your mouse hand ready.
Yeah, because IT&E is going to set you up.
All right. If you're on a laptop, get your track finger ready. Was that what you call it?
I really don't use my trackpad, though. I don't use my trackpad, and I've got like an IBM, and I don't use the nipple, which is, the one right in the middle of the keyboard.
You don't.
I don't even know if
I
you
don't
can
wanna
call it
go
that
there.
anymore in
I
2021.
don't want to talk about putting your finger on the nipple and the laptop.
Oh,
Don't
boy.
even want to go there. And it's at 6:27.
Oh, I have something to share, though.
Oh, thank you.
Now, on this show, we really, really, we really value, our friends, and one of the things that we do on the show is we really want to take care of people. So, Joseph, you got that? Okay, and just if you can play it like full screen, if you can, please. So, a friend of the show the other day. Remember when Tony came on last week, Chris? Tony Azios, the filmmaker with Memoirs Pacifica. He was actually saying, remember how at the end of that interview that his cat actually walked by and kind of like video bombed him?
Yeah.
His cat went missing just a couple days later, and he even said that video is the last known images of his cat. His cat's been missing, so we've got a poster up here. My buddy Whitney reached out to me and everything, and she was like, can you guys help, because it's a beloved cat, and they're kind of worried about it. So it's Tater Tot. It's a 5-year-old neutered male, and if you have seen this cat, speaking of the Heights, around the Tumon Heights area or thereabouts, please get in contact with Tony, because this is a family member, and
Right.
and Tony's also going to be on the One Micronesia podcast with Vic tonight.
Yeah. So what's the cat's name?
Tater Tot.
So the cat's name is Tater
Big
Tot.
fluffy cat. It's pretty indistinguishable, like to miss. I mean, it looks like Garfield basically.
Right. Name is Tater Tot, but answers to. I don't know any cat that ever came from when it's named, right? Yes.
Did you guys down south do it slowly or quick? Up in the north, we were like turbo mode.
So what village did the cat go missing in?
In Tumon Heights, so I think Ipao Road.
Right
So like
on.
right on the road to SDA.
Okay, I see.
SDA clinic, yeah.
Okay,
so,
got it.
So yeah, so there is, and you saw it in that clip of like Tony right at the end. The cat walked by, and we were even joking. He's like, "Oh, there's my cat," and then they reached out to me yesterday, and Tony was like, "Man, can you help a dude out? Because like
Man, that's
my cat's
terrible when you lose a cat, especially like the kitten and they're. You ever have a kitten?
I've never had cats because both of my parents were dreadfully allergic to cats.
Bree?
I'm really bad
oh.
or allergic to them. Too.
Yeah. Then I had a couple kittens, but they do this thing. They go off and like hide somewhere, and they're like meow meow, and it's funny when you're trying to look for them because you're like, "Come here, kitty."
Well, I asked too.
Kitty cat, where you at?
Yeah. Well, I asked too, and I said, do you think the cat might be out, sowing his royal oats? And they're like, no, he's been totally like spayed and neutered and everything like that. So it's not that.
Maybe he found the desire deep down. Hit the road.
The primal.
Right. The primal urge. All right,
The
Tater Tot.
Lion King.
Well,
came
good
out.
luck if you guys see Tater Tot out there.
Yeah, please. And they said there is a cash reward because again, this is a beloved family member, as I said, and you can get in in touch with Tony.
Last known sighting on the link there.
Yeah, Lost Cat.
Slow down the
671.
video, Joe. Can we do a zoom?
There you go. So there is Tater Tot, and yeah, like even Tony was just saying, it was like that's the last like video clip I've got.
Last
of
known
my
appearance,
cat.
guys.
Yeah, so lostcat671@gmail.com. Thanks, you guys.
Wait,
It's-
there's an email for this?
yeah,
You could tell Tony's into marketing
yeah.
because now there's an actual email.
But
Lost-
you know, Tony and Whitney are really, really good people and
Right on.
everything like that. And you know, he just asked if we could get the word out. And you know, he's come on our show too. He's a good guy.
Totally.
So
Right on.
hopefully Tony get your cat back.
Hey, good morning, Facebook Live. What's cracking? Philip Tenorio, Beeb, Nyan Jules. Good morning, Nyan. Bev Test J Solis of Today's Road, Chalampagu.
Woohoo! I wonder
wow.
what the sunrise looks over there. Must
We
be
have-
gorgeous.
We have Saipan in the house. Crispin De Leon Guerrero. Good morning from Saipan.
Ah.
Speaking of Saipan, Jay.
Yeah, coming up at right around 7 o'clock, Tomas has a very big interview. He has the CNMI's Department of Labor officials, and that's going to be big because, you know, with the people that were furloughed, laid off, labor issues, very big topic up in the Marianas. And so Tomas is going to have yet another big interview, and he has just been knocking these things out left and right.
Really awesome.
Yeah.
And it's so cool to just kind of get a regional look at what our brothers and sisters in the NMI are doing and kind of compare. I mean, who doesn't want to compare and contrast, right? So that being said, Monday, guys, we're going to have a great interview here. I'm so excited
And there's that one too,
for-
yeah.
I'm really excited for this one. She's the CEO of the Community Health Corporation.
Yeah,
in,
Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation.
the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation. And then Esther Munya.
Yeah.
I like this lady.
Mhm.
I never met her, but I like her.
She's very, very open. Like I've been fortunate to be on the technical side, but I've done a couple like live streams with Tomas.
Right.
But you know, she's very transparent, very, very incredibly like well read, and by all accounts a tremendous leader.
Well, I
Like
mean,
up
if you just look at the COVID situation in the NMI, it's hard not to heap
Absolutely.
a lot of praise
Yeah.
onto her.
And you know
Facebook
what's
Li-
funny? Over in the NMI, everybody that they've got on their team, the epidemiologists and you know the healthcare specialists and everybody, they all refer to her as CEO.
Yeah,
They don't say, "Oh, Miss Munya, Auntie Esther," or something like that. They're like, "Oh, CEO, your turn."
interesting.
Really
Good
cool.
morning. Tomas Farron joins us on our Facebook Live feed. Also, Windward Hills in the house with Philip Chamarita Regis. Good morning, Chamarita Regis.
Mm.
Rosemary Laguatnia, always one of our prized fans. Good morning on you.
Now we know the sunrise looks good in Windward Hills.
Right on. Mama Bear Debbie Davis also checking in. Marsha Lujan, good morning to you from your KUAM family. Ciel Cara says, good morning, Guam. Good morning from Hoggett.
I know we've got at least two new viewers. Joseph was mentioning that earlier this week from the ATL.
ATL.
Hotlanta.
That's it. Good morning, Omar Fuentes from Hoggett. Ken Paulino. Good morning, Doreen Pareda. Good morning on you, Angel Pete Quintanilla Castro. Good morning, and thank you guys for your support. We always see you on the live feed. And also Bennett Lujan, Duenas. Bennett, thank you so much for your support. Always see you too. And good morning on you as well. F. Glenn Lujan, good morning, everyone. Happy Friday.
And Glenn, we hope your little one in your family is feeling better this morning.
Right, yeah. Man, so last night at the dinner table, my oldest son, who is 18 years old, this is my boy who caught COVID, we're eating Tanaktak last night. And he turns and he looks to me and he was like, Dad, how come they're not promoting the booster shot? And I was like, well, what do you mean? Well, first of all, I was like, damn, my boy pays attention. He goes, yeah, they don't, you know, when the vaccine rolled out, it was like they were like, hey, vaccine, go get vaccinated. And they had commercials and all this stuff. And he goes, how come they're not promoting the booster shot? And I was like, you really are your father's son. Good question. Good question. Exactly. And this is a question that...
Did he get an extra pork chop for that?
This is a question I posed yesterday. There was it was a data drop with Dr. Ann, but it was minus Dr. Ann. And instead they had Vince Ocampo, who works, I believe, with Dr. Ann in her office, and Chima Mbakwem and the interim chief medical officer, Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero. And I asked them, I said, hey, so where's the messaging on the booster and kid shots? And they said they're working on it. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background. They talked about preparations for getting these kid vaccines out, as President Biden has released a very, very, very detailed plan, right, about the kid vaccine rollout. And so Public Health said, yeah, we've been meeting with different schools and different stakeholders. So there's that work going on in the background, but I got to give it up to my boy because with this booster shot, which is, I mean, he didn't even know who was available for. I mean, God, I kind of feel like I should have told him, but the messaging's got to be out there from public health. Really, I mean, they're the authority in this pandemic, and we all got to just do a better job of getting that message out. You know, go get boosted, guys. If you took the vaccine, I mean, I took it in March. That's like 6 months back. If you look at the data, they say 4.5 months. I wanted to talk, though, Bree, about my mom. So I actually ran into a friend yesterday, too, and we were talking about reactions to the vaccine, right? And so my mom had taken the booster. I took her to get the booster at AMC, and she was okay for like the first half of the day after we took it, but then later on she started to kind of feel like hot, and then she said she had a lot of pain in her joints, in her hands. You had that too, right, Bree? Right, yeah. And so
almost like arthritic.
yeah,
like
so she had
aching.
my mom has arthritis, and she was saying that wow, she could really feel the pain in her hands. And it was funny because when I was telling Bree about it, she was like, God, me too. So that's one side effect that I know. I didn't feel it, but I want to say like a few of the women I talked to said that was one of the side effects that they got from my mom with the booster. And then when I ran to this friend of mine, she has rheumatoid arthritis. And so she had taken the vaccine, and then after her second shot, I think like about a month or two down the road, she started getting all this swelling. I mean, she was showing it to me. I ran to her at the mall. I was like, wow. And she was like, yeah, my doctor basically said that it was a reaction from the vaccine because the vaccine is making my body produce these antibodies to fight the COVID. And while that's being ramped up, all the other stuff that my body needs to do for my arthritis isn't getting done. And so it was complicating that condition. And I was like, wow, so what do you do? Because I felt for her. She was wearing this brace and all like swollen up. And just like a doctor said, there's nothing I could do. I just got to wait it out.
Just ride it out.
And eventually it'll just like, I guess, get weaker or something.
So you said about 4 hours after.
Oh yeah,
after your mom got it. So she's better now, I hope.
Yeah, she's good. She rested. She went to bed early, but yeah, she was saying, wow.
Good morning, Auntie.
Yeah. So guys, I mean, yeah, there's going to be effects to taking the vaccine, like with anything. Some people, I mean, I got a little soreness in the arm, but you know, I worked out. I was good to go. Other people are going to get sick, but with the booster, what I'm hearing is it's usually about a day.
Took me about 2 to 2.5 days.
Yeah, you got it the longest of all of us. And I think, but you and I, like, it kicked in roughly like the same time. Me, it was about maybe 16 hours later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got it Monday afternoon. My son went and I took him. Then later on that night, I was feeling a little bad. Then when I woke up, I was like, I was hurting. I didn't want to come in, but I had to come in.
Right.
And I ended up leaving work early, and just was just in so much pain.
Early for Bree was after a 14-hour shift.
Where was your? Because I know you said you had soreness in your arm, but was it just there? Or?
It was in my arm, my armpit, all the way down this whole left side, and then it just went everywhere. Like it was hard to like bend my hands, move my legs, and then I was freezing. It was freezing cold.
I actually got the chill. Yeah, I got a little chilly last night. That sounded weird, but I
had a sweatshirt on, a t-shirt on. Everything.
So basically, just a normal Thursday night in the Chris Barnett household, right?
Yeah, no, but Bree, I mean, and you're feeling good now?
Oh yeah. I'm feeling
How's
better.
your?
Well, it's better. I'm fine now.
Okay.
But the night before? Then my arm just was still hurting, and it felt like it was like hard.
Yeah.
Because last time that happened to me was when I got stung by a bee, and my whole leg was just hard. You could knock on it. It was that hard.
I've only been stung by a bee once. It was at JFK. I went to go watch a football game. It was in high school, and a bee landed on my finger and stung me. Mm-hmm. Have you ever been stung?
Oh God, yeah. One time I got stung on the lip, and like my lip swelled up. Like it was so. It was funny.
Hey, no need for Botox.
Yeah.
I kind of knew, like, okay, you're gonna have to go through this.
Yeah.
So
Bree, but knowing that your body is a fine-tuned machine that sometimes gets thrown out of whack when you introduce new things to it. What did you have like any anxiety going into getting the booster, knowing that God, I'm probably going to get sick or have a reaction?
No, because I already knew I'm going to get sick.
Right.
Yeah, I actually, I'm not a hypochondriac. Like when it comes to like medicine or stuff like that. I mean, I'd like to think I have like a fairly decent pain threshold. But I remember when I was getting the second shot, I was like, man, how much is it gonna hit me? How bad is it gonna hit me and everything? And I started like kind of like psyching myself out. But then I was like, you know what? I got to do this for my family, for my friends. And then this you know, with the booster and everything like that, like Bree said, I was like, you might get some stuff. And what I learned from the last time, you know, it's over in 12 hours, and this time it wasn't even that. I think I was over it in like 8.
And I probably should have taken the Motrin and the Tylenol a lot sooner, but I'm the type of person that I don't really like to take,
Drugs.
Yeah. So
I'm
it got to the point where it's like, where's the drugs? Let's do it.
So I'm a
and then I was fine.
I'm a pill popper.
Okay, right on.
Well, speaking of fine, Glenn Lujan actually says, he goes, thank you, Team Link. He goes, Ozzy, meaning his 2-year-old nephew who got COVID in his home and being cared for. He goes, Ozzy is feeling much better.
Right on.
So
That's good. Good.
Thank you, Glenn, for letting us know.
Yeah, so that was our we did have a comment here. Jonah commented in. I don't know if it's Jonah or Jonah. Jonah, I saw you posted something in the Azuda Guahan Facebook group. So can you just DM me about that? But she comments here, my family member got the booster and broke out in hives the next day. Now she was told she cannot get any new immunizations for COVID. So there you go. Good morning, Auntie Agnes. Thank you so much for your support. How's that Roscoe doing? We have Dr. Felix Cabrera's mom is a big fan of the link, Agnes Tudala Cabrera.
And speaking of Dr. Felix Cabrera, like in the booster, he was even saying that when you get the vaccine, if you develop any sort of symptoms whatsoever, that's proof positive that it is working. And you're not, you haven't got like the full-on virus and everything like that. That's what it does. And when it kicks in, that's how you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But good morning,
glad I
Auntie
got
Agnes
it.
and Auntie Bernie.
Right on, yeah. Guys, so we're promoting the booster. There you go. All right, so you can get it at the UOG field
Yeah,
house.
so if you want to make, booster shots available right now, and I was strenuously emphasizing this yesterday, right? And, maybe pertinent to what Chris's son was saying, is you might not even realize that you do qualify for the booster. I mean, they have expanded the spectrum of people that can get it. Because, before, and I said this yesterday, before it was like, okay, well, we're going to deal with the nurses and the doctors and the healthcare people first, and then the elderly, and then the teachers, and they had this like, almost like a pecking order, right? Now it's been widely expanded. So, if you live with someone who is elderly, you probably qualify. Depending on what you do for a living and where you work and how you work, you may qualify. So check out Public Health's website once again.
Yeah. Daycare, food and agriculture workers.
Security guards,
gas
people like
the media.
grocery store workers.
It's not an exclusive club and everything like that. So just check out Public Health's website and everything like that. See if you qualify. If you do, you can go get it, and make sure to check out tinyurl.com/VAXGuam. You can make an appointment. It's with Eventbrite and everything, so you get emailed a few hours before. Head up to the UOG Fieldhouse, and trust us, me and Bree can tell you. I mean, I'm gonna bet my stimulus check on this. The guard has got that pattern down.
Yeah.
Right on. I don't want to go back to my.
At no point did they seem confused, out of sync, out of whack, or anything like that. They were by the numbers.
I want to go back to a friend of mine that ran into with the rheumatoid arthritis, and basically what she had said was that. Because she was like, I saw you got your booster. And I was like, yeah, I did. And I was like, how about you? Did you get it? And she's like, no. And then she told me the whole story about the reaction that she had and is still having. And then I was like, so you're not going to get it? And she's like, oh, no. So I said, did you ever catch COVID? And she was like, no, I'm really, really careful. She's like, I mask up. I'm doing that. And she goes, yeah, I'm not going to get the booster, but it doesn't mean like I'm out here like, hee hee, ha ha. I'm just not going to get it. But I'm still doing everything I can. So I just, with this...
because there is the flip side of that. People think they get the booster, and all of a sudden, they rip off the mask. I'm free to do what I want. No.
Yeah.
Please keep doing the 3 W's.
That was me in the shower this morning.
I'm boosted.
I know, boosted up. But
I got the booster like a rooster.
But it just, to me, it just goes to show that this assumption that everybody who has issues with the vaccine is some kind of like crazy, go out and lick your face. Just go. Not everyone is like that, right? Some people just have their reasons. That I feel like we're a very respectful community, and I think that we just got to kind of go back to just respecting other people's decisions, right? As long as they're safe about it, like I don't care if you don't want to take the booster, that's on you. Just continue to be safe and do everything you can.
And we've said this multiple times. Our grandparents have passed on, but Chris and I shared this. What would your grandpa say if he was around right now and things were going like this and the vaccine was available? Because I know what my grandpa would say. Not a damn thing. If I made any sort of hesitation or excuse and everything like that, he wouldn't say anything. He'd just look at me and then light my happy ass up.
Right on. But with that generation, though, one thing you see in just about every one of your uncles and aunties or grandparents of that age is they all have that mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? On their arm from the immunizations.
With the gun, right? They have like the little vial and it's like, psst,
yeah. Interesting, huh?
Or if you want to like call the cat, you can shoot a bunch of them.
Ultimately, it's your choice.
It is,
what
yes.
you want to do.
640. But I also feel like if like we're having this conversation about the booster and the vaccine, this is something we brought up in the public health live stream yesterday, then everybody's talking like this, right? A lot of people are just talking about vaccinations, and I mean, it's nuts. We've got this super high vaccination rate, and we've now got more vaccinated people in the hospital than the unvaccinated. And it's interesting when you ask them to explain it, they say, well, there's more vaccinated people, so they're a bigger chunk of the population, so they're going to represent mathematically a bigger slice of the hospitalizations. Jay, I'm not a math guy. You know that. What, does that make sense to you?
Dr. Peter Lombard, actually, and that was one of the things he said, and he's like, there's that famous phrase, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics, right? It's very, very important that everybody kind of like realize that the more people that do get vaccinated, and you still can get the virus if you're vaccinated, the number of people who do have the vaccine that may have to go to the hospital is going to increase. That is not, unexpected. So again, it comes down to, are we doing what we got to do?
Right. And that's why I think there should be a hotline or something that people actually answer. And if you have issues with it, they could say, oh, okay, well, yeah, this and this and this and that, and like manned by like a doctor or something.
Could we just let people know
yes.
real quick, as far as food commodities, that's another, were you going to mention this in Newsweek? The commodities? Okay. I just printed this out because this is important. If you're in Orta Talampago, speaking of today's road, shout out to BevTest Jay Salas, 9 a.m. at the Orta Talampago Mayor's Office, food commodities will be distributed. They only have 350 packages, so if you are in need and you and your family need a wonderful assortment of food. They've been nice enough to give Isaiah once when he did like a story on it. It's a very well stocked arrangement. Okay, so that happens at 9 a.m. at the Orta Talampago Mayor's Office, and over in Agana Heights, starting at 1:30 to 4:30, they have 300 boxes for villagers in that area, in the Heights.
All right. It is 6:48, November 5th on a Friday. Let's go ahead and get into the news now with the very latest. Our first look at news brought to you by Pacific Points. Here with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Off at everybody, the number of COVID-19 related fatalities has increased again. The Joint Information Center reporting Thursday night that there were 3 more deaths. The 246th COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GRMC on November 1st. The patient was a 71-year-old man. He was unvaccinated. He tested positive on October 31st. The 247th occurred at GMH on November 3rd. The patient was a 61-year-old man. He was unvaccinated with underlying health conditions. He tested positive on October 28th. The 248th COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GMH on November 3rd. The patient was a 48-year-old man. He was unvaccinated with underlying health conditions, testing positive on October 30th. The JIC also reports 46 people are hospitalized for COVID. There are also now 3 pediatric admissions. 6 patients are receiving ICU level of care. 4 are on a ventilator. The JIC also reports that out of the 46 hospitalized patients, 26 are vaccinated, 23 unvaccinated, 2 are ineligible to receive a shot. Public Health reports a total of 97 new positive cases of COVID out of 1,149 tests performed on November 3rd. 60 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 18,507 officially reported cases. 2,505
are in isolation and 15,754 recovered. The CAR score 10.0. To date, a total of 123,958 of Guam's eligible population is fully vaccinated. As for booster shots or additional doses of the vaccine, the following have been administered: 10,794 doses of Pfizer, 3,640 doses of Moderna, and 92 doses of J&J. According to the Guam Department of Education's daily COVID-19 report for Thursday, a total of 3 students have tested positive for COVID. The cases were identified at MU Lujan Elementary, FB Leon Guerrero Middle School, and 1 at John F. Kennedy High School. There were no reports of any new cases involving GDOE employees. The CNMI, in the meantime, reports 9 more cases of COVID identified through travel and surveillance testing. There are 48 active cases, and the total case count is now 339 since March of last year. 628 tests were conducted on November 2nd. After weeks of regulatory and legal review, the Biden administration laid out new COVID-19 vaccine mandate rules, which will cover more than 100 million working Americans. Skylar Henry reports.
The White House laid out new rules which will require millions of unvaccinated working Americans to get the shot.
We're now down from 100 to about 60 million unvaccinated Americans, 12 years and older.
All federal employees, federal contractors, and healthcare workers at facilities receiving Medicare or Medicaid have until January 4th to be fully vaccinated. People who work at businesses with more than 100 employees must also be vaccinated by January 4th or test weekly and wear a mask at work.
Folks who haven't gotten vaccinated yet, please get vaccinated. It's easy, it's accessible, and it's free.
Businesses with unvaccinated workers could face fines of nearly $14,000 per employee per violation. And federal workers and contractors who don't get the shot will face disciplinary action, which could eventually result in them losing their jobs.
They're putting fear into their employees, and it shouldn't be that way. They should ask us, hey, what do you want to do?
More than 24 states have already announced plans for lawsuits to block the new Biden administration mandates from taking effect.
President Biden and his administration want to invade the personal lives of thousands of Georgians, burdening hundreds of businesses of all sizes and endangering countless jobs.
Senate Republicans slammed the new mandates during a hearing Thursday morning.
One recent survey found that 59% of unvaccinated workers are still not likely to get vaccinated, despite the mandates from this administration.
But administration health officials defended the new rules, calling them a public health priority. Skylar Henry, CBS News, the White House.
Island children may be able to get vaccinated as early as next week thanks to a recent approval of the CDC's vaccine recommendation for kids 5 to 11 years of age. With more, here's Daniel Perez.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have finally approved the use of vaccines for kids ages 5 to 11. In a press briefing, Public Health Interim Chief Medical Officer Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero gave KOAM the latest on how they will administer the Pfizer pediatric vaccine.
I think we're going to probably have the vaccines out in the next week or so. Right now, I think there's roughly about 18,000 individuals. Obviously, not every one of them will be vaccinated because it'll be dependent upon the parents. But what we're going to try to do is open up on Saturdays some vaccination clinics to try to get as many as possible in that first week. We're going to get roughly about 7,500 vaccines.
Dr. Leon Guerrero added the vaccination sites Public Health is considering are Ukudu and Tizen High School and possibly Father Dueñas Memorial School.
How's it going to work? It kind of depends on the feedback that we get from the schools of how many people want their kids to get vaccinated, and then we'll go from there.
Public Health has also been in contact with schools as well as their healthcare partners on how they plan to give the vaccine for their pediatric patients. Bureau of Communicable Disease Control Administrator Annette Uggan.
So we're working with all the public, private, and charter schools, but also for our enrolled providers. So we've already surveyed them, asking them, do they plan to expand to their pediatric populations? And the majority who are multi-specialty are on board already. And so again, it'll be a multi-pronged approach. We'll have school-located events, but we'll also have at the private clinics, and then also our community health centers will be offering it to the children as well.
Although there will be hesitation from many parents to get their children vaccinated, Uggan urges the public to get their information from a reliable source and from doing research. Dr. Leon Guerrero will be meeting with the island's pediatricians to have them convince parents of the benefits and effectiveness of the Pfizer pediatric vaccine. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Thanks, Daniel. About 879 residents have received the monoclonal antibody treatments. Of that, number 500 were given at the infusion center in Manila, and 10 to 15 patients come to get treated every day. As reported, Dr. Luis Cruz of the Guam Guard has said the demand for the treatment has decreased. So far, the treatments have been going well, and no changes have been made at the treatment site. With more news now, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. The Budget Bureau released a summary of American Rescue Plan money expenditures. It shows that of the nearly $600 million in ARP funding received, about $105 million has been spent in a variety of categories as of October 31st. KUM's Nestor Lecanto has the details.
Senators have been clamoring for a spending plan and wrote into the budget law the requirement to report ARP expenditures monthly starting in November. The summary released to the Speaker today from BBMR shows spending of $105.25 million in 8 different categories, from protection of life and property to public health to public education to the biggest category of expenditures, public assistance. Some of the specific big-ticket items include $38 million for the All Rise Act, $22 million for quarantine facilities, $20 million to GIDA for business assistance programs, $15 million for the 2 hospitals, GMH and GRMC, and $15 million to GPA to help hold down rates. The summary does not include the recently announced $25 million for the Local Employment Assistance Program, and just today, Adelup announced it would allocate $20 million for a new child care provider assistance program. The governor has also announced previously that she intends to set aside $300 million to help pay for a new hospital complex. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Masks are no longer mandatory for fully vaccinated individuals on local military bases. The announcement was made by Joint Region Marianas today, and it is in effect immediately. JRM Commander Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson cited the improving health conditions, but clarifies that it is still mandatory for individuals who are not fully vaccinated or who are unable to be fully vaccinated to wear masks on military installations. Additionally, masks must still be worn at on-base establishments that require them in order to safely operate, including medical facilities and DODEA schools. JRM also reports that more than 98% of active duty personnel on Guam have been fully vaccinated, while federal government employees have until November 22nd to get fully immunized as per an executive order from President Joe Biden. Deliberations have finally concluded on a bill to correct a mistake in the local land claims law. An amendment to the bill was mistakenly included in the final version that was signed by the governor. The mistake was later caught on the author of the amendment that was ruled out of order. Speaker Therese Salahi introduced a new measure to correct it. She said it was an exact copy of the previous bill, but without the mistaken amendment. However, during deliberations today, original bill co-sponsor Senator Jim Moylan questioned a change in wording from descendant to decedent.
The body for agreeing to.
Thank you, Senator. So the website provides
Adjudication Committee shall adjudicate all applications submitted by compensable Guam victims or survivors of compensable Guam decedents. So I'd like to know from the author, these are 2 different meanings, 2 different words, and how do we conclude to change it in the substitute version when it was submitted and confirmed that is in the public law version of 3659.
But Senator Sabrina Perez read a statement from the Speaker explaining the change.
As stated previously, this bill, as substituted, is an exact mirror of the previous Bill 130 and includes all amendments that previously passed during deliberations on that measure last month with technical corrections. The change from descendants to decedents was made at the recommendation by our legal counsel and was done transparently. Passage of this bill will resolve the error, and I urge my colleagues to do that.
The bill was moved to the third reading file and will be voted on today. He escaped from the Department of Corrections when the guards were not paying attention. That's what escapee Anthony Camacho told officers after he was captured in the Superior Court. Anthony, along with his brother Augusto Camacho, appeared before a judge for their magistrate's hearing.
According to the Department of Corrections, 27-year-old detainee Anthony Camacho was discovered missing from their quarantine tent just before 7 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday. But according to a magistrate's complaint, Camacho told police officers he actually broke out at 7 o'clock the night before. According to the timeline of his 12-hour freedom run, he escaped at 7 p.m. Monday when DOC officers weren't paying attention. At 5:30 the following morning, surveillance video showed him at the Adelup Mobile, where he stole cigarettes, phone cards, and bottled beverages and got into a gray sedan and left. About an hour later, at about 6:26 a.m., GPD received a complaint about a stolen car at SJ Market in Harmon. Anthony allegedly approached a man who was getting into his car and told him there was something wrong with his tire. Anthony then got into the driver's seat. His brother, Augusto Camacho, then allegedly punched the victim several times in the head. The two then drove off with the car. At 6:50 a.m., DOC discovered Anthony was missing during a head count. GPD at 7:15 received the report. Just after 12:30 in the afternoon, almost 12 full hours after he admitted to escaping from DOC, Anthony, along with his brother, was found by GPD in the Mongmong area. According to the magistrate's complaint, officers found drugs in the car and leg irons from DOC wrapped inside a black t-shirt inside a backpack. Anthony admitted to the theft at Adelup Mobile and the theft of the vehicle in Harmon. He also admitted to purchasing and shooting up methamphetamines with a syringe, and that in order to avoid police, he drove to Tow Pros in Harmon, stole a license plate off a damaged vehicle parked at the lot, and placed it on the car he stole. Anthony faces a myriad of new charges to include third-degree robbery, felony escape, and possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, while his brother Augusto faces charges of theft of an automobile and third-degree robbery. DOC, meanwhile, is still conducting its internal affairs investigation into the escape and working to provide additional security in the area. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
During a hearing before Judge Jonathan Kwan this afternoon, a $5,000 cash bail was set for Augusto. He is scheduled to appear before the court on November 12 for a preliminary hearing. Anthony's magistrate hearing was continued until Friday. And on Thursday, Judge Alberto Lamarena III's courtroom, 24-year-old John Carlos Daniel Haas was sentenced to 8 years with all but 3 years suspended for third-degree criminal sexual conduct as a second-degree felony. It was in April of this year when Haas pled guilty to the charge after admitting he had sex with a minor he met online who he thought was of age at the time. Prosecution argued for the full 8-year term, the maximum range under the plea agreement. The victim and her family were consulted throughout the process and provided input on the terms of the plea agreement. The Attorney General's office has granted Korea Electric Power Company, KEPCO, and Samsung E&C America Incorporated a third extension for their response to the lawsuit against them. The AG took the companies to court back in August seeking damages after they failed to implement their Guam EPA-approved erosion and sediment control plan for their solar farm project in Manilao. Because they didn't, adjacent private properties were flooded from storm water runoff to include Marble Cave, which was left a mud pit. The new deadline is January 7th of next year. During this time, the defendants will provide the Department of Public Works, Guam Environmental Protection Agency, and the OAG an assessment of the impact that the runoff from the solar plant had on the freshwater cave and a plan for remediation and restoration. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And joining us now in our studios is Tomas Manglona. We've got in the Zoom room Vicky Beneventi. She is the director of the CNMI Department of Labor. Good morning.
Good morning, Secretary Vicky Beneventi. How are you doing this morning? I know you've got an early start to your Friday.
Good morning, Thomas, and good morning, team.
And so we just wanted to start with some of the good news that the Department of Labor got just the other day. We got the press release from the CNMI Governor's Office. The U.S. Department of Labor commends CNMI for proper implementation of the PUA program. What's your initial reaction to that? I mean, you were part of that call.
Yes, well, Tomas, our initial reaction was, wow, we've done it. You know, we've gotten through this 21-month journey with the help of U.S. Dole and, of course, with the partnership with the CNMI people. This PUA program has been the most difficult of my career. The PUA was a new program. And so it was just great to hear that, okay, we follow all the procedures, we've done some things right. And of course, the monitoring bill tells us the things that we could do better.
And I just wanted to ask you, by the numbers, what's the latest PUA data in terms of those that have been received, disqualified, pending? Are you able to provide the latest update on that?
Well, I've got the data that we submit every week to the U.S. Department of Labor. Just an estimate of the numbers as of last Friday's October, the end of October. We still have several thousand PUA claimants that have not yet been adjudicated, but we have submitted, completed many more thousands. Thomas, I think you can recall back in 2020, we received 39,000 PUA applications and had to vet all of those to vet out all the fraudulent claims, the claims who were not from the CNMI, claims who were not eligible for PUA. And so we're really down to about 4,000 PUA claimants at this point in time that still are waiting to be adjudicated for what we call the PUA 3 claims that came under the CARES Act, which was December 2020 to September 2021. But we have adjudicated about 19,000 PUA claims to date from 2020 to 2021.
And Secretary, I'm sure you keep up with what the U.S. Delegate Kilili Sablan does in Congress and his end with relation to PUA. He released some data last night. Have you gotten a chance to see what he put out?
No, I haven't. I have not seen the delegates' data from last night. I understand that he has been obtaining data from the U.S. Department of Labor. As I mentioned, we submit our reports every week, and there have been times where the delegate has mentioned some numbers that were sort of outdated or behind. So I haven't seen his release from yesterday. I'd like to see that before I make comment, please.
Okay. All right. And so I know one thing that we always talk about here with regards to PUA on Guam is fraud. Can you, what is it looking like in the CNMI when it comes to fraud in PUAs? Are you finding large cases of those, or is it not a big deal for you guys there?
No, fraudulent claims in the beginning was a big deal. As I mentioned, when we received 39,000 applications and vetted 19,000 of those were determined as fraudulent claims. That was a big deal. We knew that there was a system flaw that allowed anyone to apply. And so what we had to do was anyone who applied, we had to go back and look at each and every one of those applications to be sure they are from the CNMI. But at this point in time, fraudulent claims are not a big issue for the CNMI, thank goodness. Most of the issues stem from a claimant that has made mistakes in their application. We call that misfiled earnings, or has not submitted complete documents, which we will not process without a complete documentation about their job status.
And I just wanted to talk about a potential backlog. We're seeing about 2,633 claims for both PUA and FPUC. Is that accurate, or?
When you say you're seeing 2,633 claims, Thomas, where are you seeing that?
This was posted by the delegate last night.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. As I mentioned, I haven't seen those figures, and today, as a matter of fact, we are issuing our weekly report for the period ending November 5th. The data doesn't sound too far off. As I mentioned, there was a couple of thousand. A month ago, there were 4,000, so it might be very close to it, yes.
Okay. And Secretary, I just wanted to ask you, I know we've spoken about this before. Some people have messaged us about having not received a single penny. I'm sure you've seen those posts and you've addressed this both at the legislature when you were there, in the Senate as well. So I guess what's your comment or message to those folks who are waiting, and maybe what's the context that this might be happening in?
You know, Thomas, there's two sides to every story, and I'm going to give you a general side on the CNMI side. When a claimant tells you that they haven't received a penny of PUA benefits, they're not going to tell you why they haven't received it. They may say, oh, I don't know, or I don't understand. And that's my fault, because we can't make a claimant understand that we need complete documentation, we need complete verification. Then that's our fault. But we try to make the claimant see that in order to receive these public assistance benefits, we have to verify every single data that they provide to us. And if they don't provide the data to us, then there's no way we can expedite their claims for benefits or PUA or FPUC. And to that end, you know, we've had our telephone lines are open, our information for PUA email is always open. And we've seen the numbers go down from 4,000 a few months ago calls per week to just 1,000 calls per week. And so people are beginning to understand the nature of this piece, which is follow the rules, submit your documentation, make sure it's complete and accurate, and we will assist the claimants as much as possible, Thomas. So if a claimant does not understand why they're not receiving any benefits, that the onus is on my department to make it clear to them. And I need to find out why it is or what it is that this claimant is experiencing firsthand. And we do take a good log of all daily calls, and we take all the information that we can over the phone. 100% of our client is virtually met, either online or, we're still opening our doors for physical presence visits, but there's barriers for protection for the staff and also protection for our clients. So we're trying to help as many people as we can overcome these obstacles that are keeping them from receiving PUA benefits. We want to give these benefits out, Thomas. There's nothing more that I want to help our people out, especially during these times of no jobs, very little economic stimulation because of our number one industry still trying to recover. Recovering it is, but slowly but surely.
Hi, Vicki. It's Sabrina. When I hear
Sabrina.
Good morning. When I hear 39,000 applications, to me that translates to people who are hurting, like you mentioned, people who are suffering and so forth. And so I just kind of wanted to get what is the unemployment rate in the CNMI, and then on the other side of that, what sort of training opportunities that does DOL over there facilitate and provide to get people back to work in the CNMI?
Okay, let me address your first question, Ms. Sabrina. The unemployment rate in the CNMI Department of Labor does not have that data in front of me at the moment, but I can tell you that every quarter we receive what we call quarterly compliance data from about 800 businesses. And these data tells us how many employees they have, their job classification, and their visa status, among other information. And in putting that information together, we still see about 5,000 people affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, meaning their hours have been reduced, or they've been completely furloughed or let go of this job. And so that's still a big number of unemployed people in the CNMI. As far as training opportunities, we continue to have our Workforce Investment Agency provide training with the grants from the U.S. Department of Labor Employment Training Administration. And also we continue to assist any job seeker that comes to employment services and try and match them up with all the job vacancies that we are seeing on our DOL website and with employers who either email us the job vacancy or announce it in the newspaper, or actively trying to help people match their skills to the skills that are being advertised by the employers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Secretary, I know you have a meeting with the U.S. Department of Labor today. How often do you meet with USDOL, and what are those conversations like? Because this system is, fairly new. I mean, given that we've been in this pandemic for almost 2 years now.
That's right, Thomas. We used to meet almost daily back in 2020, and then it switched to weekly, and then now it's monthly. These meetings are always reviewing our data that we submitted the previous year, any issues that we have, for example, with the online portal, or any areas of concern that U.S. Department of Labor has with the CNMI. The meetings are very informative, and it's a great two-way communication street because we tell them everything that we have under our table that's of a concern. Understand this is a new program. The CNMI and Guam, for that matter, has never had an unemployment insurance program. And during the course of this whole PUA program, there were 3 congressional acts, right? We had the CARES Act and the Continuing Employment Assistance Act, and then the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act. So 3 different laws that were implemented during the course of 20 months. And in all those laws, there's always rules and regs CNMI DOE has to follow and make sure that we're in compliance. So the communication for me was very critical in having to go through this program and then letting our people know, here's what we have been told, we have been informed, we have been advised, we are required to do. And that communication was also dovetailed into everything we did for the PUA program, including employer workshops, employee webinars, reaching out to the Chamber of Commerce, the Hotel Association, and any other entity that would listen to us. Say, here's the program, here's what we need from you as an employer. Here's the program, here's what we need from you as the applicant for PUA benefits.
And are you seeing the same trend that we're seeing with other jurisdictions in terms of high availability of employment, but not as many applicants? Is that something you're hearing as well in your conversations with businesses in the CNMI?
With businesses in the CNMI, yes. This is the same thing that's going on in many of our other sister territories. There are job seekers, but there are no jobs because of the economic conditions as a result of the pandemic. And until our 3 key travel markets come back to full force, as containing the virus and all its variants, we will not see an uptick of that great amount in the next year. I predict that this pandemic is going to keep us struggling for at least a few more months to a year into 2022.
I'd like to get hi. Good morning, ma'am, Chris.
Good morning, Chris.
I wanted to ask because you just said that you anticipate it's going to be difficult for people to find work for the next several months or up to a year. Do you guys have any plans, or have you heard anything about a re-implementation of pandemic unemployment, or does Governor Torres plan on programming any of the ARP funds for any type of unemployment assistance program?
Definitely, the ARPA funds are helping to put people into jobs. We want to encourage everyone to upgrade their skills, perhaps to look at another job that they probably never looked at, but might have a tendency or a passion for, to upgrade their skills, what we call it upskilling. So I believe the administration is using its ARPA funds not just to mitigate the effects of the pandemic, but also to try and put people into jobs to help us mitigate the effects of the pandemic and to keep people working. Because as we all know, working keeps us healthy, I think, without a job, it's a tough situation. I see that with a lot of our folks who perhaps do not have enough of the educational background or experience background to put them into jobs they like. So we're trying to work with a lot of the education and training entities such as NMC, the college, the Northern Marianas Technical Institute, PSS, the public school system, and of course the business community and the CNY. This is a big circle of stakeholders that are going to be helping each other out, helping our people get back into work, continue to work, or maybe get into a new job that they want to learn or become an apprentice for. There's a lot of things, Chris, that we can all do, step by step. It's not going to take just the CNY Department of Labor to fix this, the effects of the pandemic. We all got to work together.
Right on. I also wanted to ask, how would you describe your working relationship, if any, or how often does your path cross with Guam DOL?
My paths cross with Guam DOL almost every week. I speak with Director David Delisola. We share our horror stories and we share our successes and we share our issues. But I see that Guam is in the same boat, but your boat is a lot bigger. You've got a larger population, and you've got some industries there that are still going for you. So, kudos to you guys to keep that going. We don't have a military base, and we don't have the many airlines that Guam has, but and our population base, of course, is 1/3 you guys, but I look to Guam as like a big brother. You know, what's Guam doing? How's that working for them? And then sometimes Director Dave would say, hey, you know, Secretary, that really looks good, and we're going to try that. So we exchange our ideas and our practices that would help our programs.
So when you mentioned the fraud earlier, what did the CNMI experience and what types of fraud? Because when we talked with Dave, a lot of it was from off island, right? With these big criminal racketeering organizations. But we did see a lot of local or some local fraud anyway. So what type did you guys see?
You know, in the very beginning, as I mentioned, the majority of them, close to 20,000 of the claimants were fraudulent claims from out of state, off island, out of the CNMI. Now we're seeing if they're deemed fraudulent, it's very rare. What we're seeing mostly is what we call misfiled earnings. So people are filing and applying for PUA benefits, and yet they're working or are earning some money, and they didn't realize that, oh, okay, so you mean if I don't meet this threshold, I don't get PUA? And we're like, that's correct. You know, you've got to meet a certain threshold of earnings in order to qualify for PUA. It's called unemployment assistance for a reason.
Yeah, because we saw that you got that your commendation from the U.S. Department of Labor, and we were just, and I don't want to make it awkward, ma'am, but we were just wondering here, where was the one for Guam? Did you and Dave have a discussion about that?
I can't speak for, Director Dana from Guam. I'll just tell you, the CNMI, as well as the other territories, have went through some really difficult times in pinpointing these fraudulent claims. We were fortunate to have U.S. Department of Labor's guidance, look for these things, look for an IP address that was from outside of the CNMI, look for someone who had 5 names on one P.O. box. But that turned out to be something that was familiar to the CNMI. Many of our family and friends share one P.O. box, and so we have to take that off the fraudulent checklist. No, this is legit. There's 5 of them sharing the same post office box number. So it was really a learning experience, a difficult experience, the toughest of my career, but I think the most fulfilling as far as knowing that we help thousands of people go through this difficult time, and hopefully many of them are already back in the workforce. And earning some money to help their families, and hopefully earning money for a career, not just for a temporary job. That's our goal, is to put people in jobs that will help them for a career.
Ma'am, does CNMI DOL and Guam DOL, did we share the same software vendor for the PUA program?
At this point in time, we do.
Oh, interesting. Okay. You guys good?
Yeah, I'm good. I just did you want...
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, Secretary, I know phone calls continue to be, the phone call center and the call center continues to be an issue. I mean, pretty much for every office, I feel. So what I know people are still saying they can't, are still people still having trouble getting a hold of people through the call center?
As I mentioned earlier, our volume of calls has gone down drastically, Thomas, from 4,000 a week to about 1,000 a week. And so, and the lines never stop ringing, I'll tell you that. I've sat there covering for people during the lunch hour, and I'm amazed. Like, I put down the phone, ring, address their concern, put down the phone, ring. And so, yes, there's still some inquiries. And sometimes people will call, the same person will call 3 or 4 times in the day. And, there's no movement yet until the next day in trying to inquire about the status of their PUA benefits. And so it's been a trying situation for the claimants as well as for my staff. They are trying to address each question or each inquiry, and they do get to the portal online, and so they can provide them update where their application is, what documents are needed, why they haven't been processed or expedited for benefits. And so it's really an ongoing communication program.
Ma'am, we had, just going back to the, I don't know if it's necessarily fraud, but have you guys seen a lot of instances, because we did hear, where people were approved by DOL, received the benefits, and then later were told that, oh, actually you don't qualify and you have to repay back, or you have to repay everything back. I mean, we're talking, I've seen letters from people who have had to pay back $11,000, $13,000. And of course, their argument is that, well, why did they approve me if I wasn't eligible, right? So do you have that kind of thing happening in the CNMI too?
In the very beginning, we surely did. As you may know, we had an issue with
Have to
the
repay back.
CW1 workers, for example, who were not eligible during the CARES Act implementation, which was February 2020 to December 2020. And then in December 2020, the CAA included CW1 workers in the PUA program. And so many of these applicants who are under this particular visa category, Chris, had indicated in their PUA application that they were U.S. citizens or U.S. residents. And so the portal automatically paid them the amount of benefits for PUA 1, which was February to December. And then as we started the auditing and realized and confirmed that this particular applicant was not eligible, that's when they would receive a letter saying, sorry, you've got to return that $13,000 or $11,000 or whatever you got for PUA 1 and reapply for PUA 2, which was December 2020 to March 2021, and be eligible. And that's just one example. If they were also cited for overpayment, it would probably be because the fact that they were not released from their employment because of the COVID-19 reason that is cited in the regulation. Some folks inadvertently, mistakenly, or purposely put that they lost their job due to COVID-19. And then as we did the fact finding months later, we verified that the applicant really did not lose their job because of COVID-19. As a matter of fact, they're still working, or they were never working in the first place. And so those are the types of repayment letters that have gone out to some applicants who have to pay it back.
Wow. Interesting.
Yes.
Well, certainly thank you for coming on, Ms. Beneventi, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day.
All right.
TGIF.
It's 600 Harmon Loop Road, Dedito, Guam, man. If you're going to be sending any a piggy or the blueberry bread, we're just a goodwill exchange between islands.
That's right.
Okay,
That's right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Okay. You know I can't let the NMI off the phone without hitting up the piggy connect.
Yeah.
Good job, Tomas.
Yeah, thanks. Interesting. Yeah, lots of
Yeah.
new information there. Though.
And I did I did invite Guam Department of Labor Dave De La Sola to come on the show today, and actually whenever he can.
It would have been interesting to chat with each other, huh? Right.
Right. He's currently off island.
It would be like, this is our weekly meeting on the link.
Right. But that was
Maybe next
it was
week,
really
right,
good.
right.
Good to hear from her.
Yeah. Very well spoken.
I mean, she's busy, right? She was saying that she was in calls with DOL since like 3 a.m.
What got me was when she said, "Oh, when I cover for people on lunch and I answer the phone." I was like, "Oh, you're one of those bosses. Wow, get in the trenches." Okay.
Yeah, I mean, when PUA first rolled out and people were, this influx of paper claimants, right? And yeah, they were on the streets, set up all the tents, and so lots of praise, and also lots of people who say they're still waiting. So
Yeah. So I thought it was really interesting that because you would assume that if the U.S. DOL is sending this pat on the back to the CNMI DOL, that if we were going to get a pat on the back, it would probably come at the same time. So that's why I was kind of asking, like, hey, what about us? Hey, what about us, CNMI?
I don't know. Are we part of that same? We're part
Did we
of
do
the
good
same
too?
region, right?
Yeah, we are.
Maybe the press release is coming, but
Maybe.
it really is something to be commended, because this was a whole 6-month review. It wasn't just a phone call. Hey,
Yeah.
They actually monitored them for 6 months,
Wow.
reviewing everything they did in the administration of PUA and FBUC.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, congratulations.
Right.
Great job.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess the focus shifts now to getting people back to work.
Yep.
Right on.
Yep.
Yeah. 7:28. We're going to take a quick break, and we actually did have some comments here. John Bagaforo comments in nice that the CNMI is identifying the Sakis. No Sakis on Guam. Well, there was a lot. Dave had said there was a lot of off-island fraud, and then there was some local fraud too. And I mean, we
there
get
was
off.
an employee, I believe, too.
There was an employee involved. Oh, that's right. Maybe that's why we didn't get a glowing recommendation. That's right. That guy was involved in fraudulently. Well, he claimed other people's claims.
I think he used.
When he bought like a Tesla or something.
Really?
No,
I don't remember that.
Anyway,
they caught him. So
that's how it multiplies when you start talking and go, yeah, and he bought a Tesla. Yeah. Yeah, but we do get a lot of tips about fraud. So it's but it's really hard to like pierce the veil of that whole PUA program because it's very confidential, right? When you do apply for it.
Yeah,
So.
and what's interesting for the CNMI too is that there's a CNMI PUA group, and the community has come together to update each other on when they get their payments, when they didn't, and I know. Yeah, people are trying to help each other in terms of timing and payments and what you submitted. What does this for mean? What does that for mean? So.
We did have a couple more comments here. Marcy comments in very, very impressive, Ms. Secretary of Labor, very knowledgeable, intelligent, well-spoken, and articulate. Knew the issues well. Could use some of that here in Guam with our leaders and directors. They should be taking notes. Kudos to the CNMI. Bev Test J. Salas comments, Joe, sir, your shirt looks sharp this morning.
yes, it does.
Wait, we need a shot of that.
Yeah. Who has the action cam for Joe, sir?
Bam, pow.
Live reactions
Love
there.
it, love it. And turn around.
That's what I call the comic book
Hey,
jacket.
yesterday we had Fashion for a Cause, so we
Yep.
got fashion plates, Joe Sir working the catwalk.
Bam, pow, wow.
His entire jacket is all onomatopoeia.
I love it. I love it.
We did have some other comments. Hey, happy heavenly birthday going out to Elizabeth Agagi's mom, Dolores Areola Manalisay. We also had a comment here. My family comments, are the directors still too busy to go on with KUAM? The people need to know what's next. Where do we go from here? We're still in PCOR 3. And then Bev Test, this is funny. Our listeners are so awesome. Bev Test J. Salas comments back to that comment. I believe they're still on timeout from the link. That's a nice way to put it.
Go face the wall.
There you go. Put your nose in the circle, like my teacher used to say. We're going to take a break, guys. We'll be back with more of the show, and a special guest is coming up next right here. Good morning.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. SportsLink is brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
man. They don't make them like this anymore. Tok Tok Magi. Good morning. 7:40. It's Friday. Yep, all day. Friday, November 5th. 3 more fatalities reported by the Joint Information Center last night. You know, I thought that was interesting, Bree, because I was sat in that public health live stream, and they did talk a lot about the decline in cases, which I was kind of wondering. So they did the 7-day rolling average statistic, but then remember, Tuesday we didn't do, I don't think we did a lot of testing because it was a holiday. So I felt like it kind of artificially skewed the numbers to be a little bit lower. But what I thought was interesting was that they didn't really talk about the deaths, right? The deaths, these COVID-19 deaths, to me, they have become, unfortunately, like the biggest elephant in the room that people just don't, I mean, the administration is not saying anything about these deaths, and it just boggles my mind because I don't want to just get to a place where it's like, oh, 3 people died. Okay, yeah. What were we talking about again? You know what I mean? But it is what it is. I don't understand. I mean, I guess to me, when you don't come out in a real way, other than a Joint Information Center release, which is a few sentences that, I mean, who really sees that, right? Then it demeans the value of these people's lives. That's just how I feel about it. At 7:42, Friday, November 5th, 2021, and we have seen a few fatalities this week. I mean, sad, and so many in the last month. I mean, we were trying to do the math on the fatalities, Bree, and it was just crazy amount of fatalities. 7:42, let's go ahead and head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have standing by the Speaker of the Guam Legislature, Speaker Therese Terlahi, who has joined us in the middle of her bout with COVID. Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason. Good morning, KUNM. Good morning, Guam.
Good morning. You have a delightful smile.
I mean, I was going to say, COVID never looked so good.
I'm smiling big because I'm feeling so much better now. The first 2 days were really tough, but I feel so much better. I feel energetic. I'm bouncing around the walls of this room. But, I'm just very grateful to be feeling good.
Speaker, you make isolation fabulous.
I put lipstick on just to make sure I'm presentable.
Well, can you tell us about let's just start, because we do want to hear about your experience with the virus.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want to say one thing that I really learned is that, so when I got tested, I wasn't feeling well that morning. I started to feel cold symptoms, and I didn't think much of it. But we had some virtual Zoom hearings that I participated in from home. But we had to go in person into session at 1 p.m. that day. And so I decided, man, I have cold symptoms. I need to determine for sure this is not COVID before I go into the legislature building. It was a Monday, and go into the session hall, of course. So I did. I went and got tested, and I was just shocked by the results, of course. Here I thought I was going to be going in and saying, no, don't worry, everybody. But oh my goodness, I was so shocked. And so immediately I got tested at AMC, which is in Manilao. So I went straight to the Manilao Regeneron, or the monoclonal antibody treatment center. And it was empty. There was no other patient there at the time that I arrived. So I didn't even have to wait. They were able to take me in right away. And it was it was not a bad experience at all. For me, there was no wait, of course, because there was no other patient there, which was shocking. I hope lots of patients come in and get treated there. But they give you 4 shots. And so they ask if you want them one at a time or all at the same time. And so I decided to try all at the same time. It's funky because it's 4 different people shooting you at the same time. So It's weird. It doesn't hurt at all. And so it was over very quickly. Then you just wait to see if you have an allergic reaction. So that was really it. Luckily, I had my phone, so I could wait with my phone and do business, and it was fine. And then I went home, and then I was feeling miserable for a while, right? Then it all just started to hit me. And so for maybe 2 days, I slept. Luckily, the next day was the All Souls, so it was holiday. I was able to take my mind off everything and just rest. And as you know, the day after that was kind of stressful because they were in session without me, and that was that was quite stressful. But back to the treatment, I hope that everybody will avail of this treatment. This treatment is supposed to be made available to anyone who tests positive and anyone who's been in close contact who has high risk factors, especially if they're not vaccinated. Then, they should go and be assessed. There's a doctor there. This is that visiting team. It was all an off-island team when I got there. And they said the doctor there will assess people to see whether they're, they should take this or not and advise them, and so that they can decide yes or no. But apparently, maybe that's what's helping me, that I feel really, really good now after a couple of days.
Right, Speaker. So Public Health had just we just did a story with Public Health about the monoclonal antibody treatments, and they said, what was it, like 10 to 15 people go
a day
for this treatment. Now, remember when we first really rolled out this treatment at this center, there was a lot of talk about how crucial it was, in keeping people out of the hospital. And there was talk about a southern center possibly opening if the demand was there, right? But they're now saying that the demand is not there. But do you think that's because maybe we didn't promote it enough?
I can't figure that out, because anyone would not go do that. Yeah, I would. If you get tested positive, especially if you have symptoms, I would go do that to make sure your symptoms don't get worse, or to just preclude. I'm trying to preclude hospitalization. Of course, I feel like we're always at risk of that, and we don't know, how this is going to turn at any time. So that's what I'm worried about, and I hope they promote it better. I actually, promoted it for myself because I had heard about it and wanted to check it out, this whole system, right? Like how, but I also spoke to the governor after I tested positive. She checked on me, and she reiterated that this treatment is available for everyone. Anyone who tests positive, they can go and get this treatment. So it's available at GMH, GRMC by IV, but if you go to Manila, it's by shot, and it's very quick. And so I would suggest and recommend that everyone go to Manila. If you test positive, just go there, just go straight there.
You mentioned those 2 days after you got the treatment, you were feeling really, really bad. I mean, what kind of, symptoms were you experiencing, and did they tell you?
It's COVID symptoms. It was like, starting to know my cold symptoms. It was just the cold symptoms. I had them, and I was tired, and I was really, really exhausted. And of course, then I knew I was positive, so I was a little bit anxious. And but it was just cold symptoms. I actually just felt like a bad flu. So I had sore throat. I started to have a fever, and so just those COVID symptoms, getting through them. But I think that treatment set them off. Like, for the next day, I was pretty much symptom-free the entire day until the nighttime. I started to panic that, oh no, are the symptoms coming back? I don't know if I was imagining it or what. And I started to get a little bit scared. And yet then I just, the next morning, that was yesterday, felt great. Today, I'm feeling really good. There was no incident during the night, so I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident, more confident. Cross your fingers, yeah, pray. I received a lot of prayers, I know, and even, on the Facebook posts from your article reporting that I had COVID. I want to thank everyone for all of their support and their prayers. I think it's really helped me. I really believe in that. And so I know my dad is praying for me a lot, and my family, and I'm just grateful that so far all of my family's tested negative, and my close friends. So I'm very grateful for that.
Madam Speaker, you said you've actually been FaceTiming with your father on a daily basis, and you were telling us before we came back into the show that actually being apart from him has been like the most emotionally challenging part. And we've actually heard this from parents and their children too, is the forced separation is incredibly difficult.
It's hard, I don't know. I can't explain how it's reassuring. It's been reassuring for me, no matter how stressful the day, to go see my dad and sit, and just, even if we don't talk, just to be together, or just to hear a few words from him about how the day went. Sometimes he critiques me about how I am doing, and sometimes, or whatever, he'll just go off on the government, but whatever, but the mood of the day. And I just love that. It makes me feel better before I go, I go and put an end to the day. I like to see my dad. And so, yeah, it's been tough. So I'm kind of stuck in this room, and I'm trying to be faithful to that, of course. I don't want to contaminate my daughter. I don't want anybody else to get sick. So they've been taking good care of me. My daughter's been dropping food to me, and I'm just, trying to, do FaceTime. And so when I see him, I feel good on FaceTime. I just feel like at least I see him. I tell them to, show the camera around the room. I want to get that vibe, where they're all in there playing in the kitchen. Yeah, I like that. And so
typical Speaker of the Legislature. I want to get a feel for the room. Show me what everybody's doing.
Speaker, so I've talked to 3 people. The only people I know who have received the monoclonal antibody treatment, and all 3 of them said that they ended up getting pretty sick before the symptoms broke, and they felt better. In fact, we had someone scheduled for this morning who received the treatment, but she messaged me late last night that she was feeling too sick to come on. So how bad did it get? Because, maybe that's part of it too, is that people hear like, oh, you're still getting sick. I mean, because it wouldn't be a good representation to describe the monoclonal antibody treatment as like one and done. They inject you and then you're, I'm fine, right? You still got to kind of get through the jungle a little bit.
I don't know, because the problem is you have already the COVID symptoms right before you go in there, or some of the people like me, I did. So when I go in there, I was already not feeling great. Go in there and you just go home at the same not feeling great. You don't notice anything immediate. And so I can't tell when that stuff kicks in, but I can tell you for sure that I was only sick for really sick for 2 days, had to stay literally in the bed, didn't think I could ever get out of that bed, for the week, but I did after 2 days, and I've been feeling really good after that. So I don't know, compared to other people's stories, I think that's great, right? I'm not suffering from breathing right now. I keep checking my oximeter because I'm paranoid like that, but I think the only thing that's changed is my blood pressure, and that's when I'm watching the session and not being there. It's just that blood pressure.
Well, let me ask you.
I was going to say, Speaker, have you heard of the mobile game Candy Crush? That'll really pass the time, and it'll really help to relax. Sabrina's a pro at it.
Speaker, so
we'll send you the link.
Wednesday when they had session, how hard was it for you to not just come out of isolation and speed down to the legislature and be like, okay, hold on just a second?
I don't know if I've ever experienced anything like that. Me, I never miss session. I'm adamant about, and especially if I think anybody's going to be talking about me, I'm going to be there, and it's like face to face because I want to be there. And, but yeah, it's really difficult. Even today, now I'm getting a little bit, it's hard to, I'm trying to be conscious of my health. So I'm just trying not to get too worked up. I'm just trying to be, control what you can control, and you can't control what you can't control. And they decided, to proceed that way. That's up to them. It's up to the body. And I have a lot of respect for the legislature as an institution. I want them to be able to move. I tried to do what I could to put this bill on the floor. This is a solution. Put it on the floor, put it up to priority. Before any other business, get it done so that we could correct the error. And it's kind of funny how things have turned out. It's kind of like some people wanted a scapegoat, of course, and but I don't know. I'm a little perplexed as well, because when it comes to transparency, I put it out not just to the senators, to the public, everywhere. It's like what's happening. And we all, I don't know. So I'm hoping that we're moving along to a solution. I'm really looking forward to the vote today, and they're going to vote this afternoon. I'm looking forward to that. I want to see if we're going to correct this error or we're not. It sounds like maybe some people have changed their mind and that they actually preferred my amendment that wasn't supposed to be in there to be in there. So that's kind of surprising too, but we'll see.
So you
can't be there.
you were surprised then when you heard about, I think it's Bill 220, right?
The new bill that's
Yeah. No. There was the new bill that came out with Senator Amanda Shelton, Senator Moylan, and the Vice Speaker.
Of course, I was surprised because some of them are the sponsors of the original Bill 130, and they did not support my amendment. They did not support considering putting my amendment into that bill, and so yes, of course, I was surprised.
Yeah, and I was surprised when I didn't see you actually on Monday during session. I had to do like a double take. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? This is not right. Because like you said, you are always there, and that's when we realized something is up. And so
I only missed one other session that I can remember, and that was when my mother died. When I was a new senator, 34th, and my mother had died, and they were going to take a vote on a very controversial bill, and I was really sad to miss that because my no vote doesn't show. I would have been the only no vote. It doesn't show on that in that record. But so this is the other one. So man, it brought back memories of that time, right? Kind of when my mother died, and I couldn't go, and this time I can't be there, and it would be fine if it was not controversial, but when they want to make a controversy out of it, and I want to be able to present my side of the story or the other side of the story.
I'm almost scared to ask, what did you use as a gavel in lieu of not actually having a gavel when you were watching what was happening?
Are there marksman speakers on your wall? Like
shoot to the wall.
I'm just gonna say it's a unique experience. Your bedroom becomes your bedroom. It's just, I don't know. My mind's running. You see my green walls? These are like this. This was my daughter's bedroom before. So my sister's teasing me that I'm zooming from a green walled room, and I'm like, hey man, this is my baby's former room. This is my room now. Yeah.
I did want to ask because yesterday, aside from session, the report was submitted from BBMR on the expenditures, the allocations from ARP. It is just ARP money out of the 553 or whatever the amount was or is at this point. That's what this report is about, right? It's not any other federal funds?
From what I can tell, that's ARP. It's supposed to be a report on ARP. It's titled in their cover letter, report on the ARP expenditures, and so yes, I'm taking it as that, a report on the ARP expenditures or allocations.
What is your general reaction to it? I was like, where's the mayor?
First reaction is, thank goodness they are complying with this mandate, because this was a mandate in the budget law, and they've chosen to comply with it. So I'm very, very glad for that, because as you know, the last time I was on your program, we were talking about them not complying with the other mandate, which was, that $20 million of the FY21 revenues were going to be set aside for refunds. So I didn't like how they were picking and choosing, but this one I'm glad that they chose to honor it. And I want to thank Senator Taitigui for putting this into our budget bill. I'm surprised. We've been asking them for a plan. We haven't received one, and it's been since May already. They've had the cash, right? So, for a fact where that has money is going to be spent. So now we can tell at least part of how they've allocated. My other reaction is it's not. So
I'm sorry, it's not what?
It's not very detailed, so I can't tell for sure what some of these expenditures. 7.8 million for GRMC is a little bit more than the 7.2 for GMH. GMH told us they were spending it on vendor payables, kind of bills that they had not paid before, right? And so we know that. We don't know what vendor payables those were, but I'm not sure what the 7.8 for GRMC. That's a private institution. And there's a 4.5 million for the judiciary. In the FY22 budget, the judiciary was one of the few agencies, or actually it's a branch, of course, but it received a little bit more than what it had received in FY21, maybe 3 million more. So they're now getting 4.5 million. There's 580,000 for public defender. I'm not sure exactly what that's for. I'm going to find out today. But I was glad to see there was more money allocated than the original 30 million. Remember when they had that hard, fast stop saying, no more, 30 only. So I'm glad that they used more than the 30 for the rise. The surprise for me is this doesn't show 300 hospital. It doesn't show 25 million that the executive order allocates for the LEAP program. So there's nothing in here otherwise for, GVB, tourism industry, or anything like that.
And the 20 million, actually, just yesterday, the governor signed another executive order, right? But I guess that wouldn't be included because this is up to October 31st or October 30th.
Right.
Yeah.
But
everybody else can do the math. I mean.
Yes. But if you do the math, and you take out the, the 300 million for the hospital, if you still take that out and you take out what she's allocating for the LEAP and others, it's down to about 92 million, right? It's more than half. It's only 92 million left. I think it's incumbent that we can see a plan for the rest of this 92 million. It's supposed to last us for the next couple of years. And I'm afraid, I want to see, we've very deliberately in the budget underfunded certain agencies who were promised to receive ARP funds. I don't see that here. I don't see the Department of Public Health's allocation here. And they had said that allocation would be used for foster children payments. It would be used for senior services, some of the other things that they were not able to fund.
Madam Speaker, let me cut in real quick here. Guys, we're going to take just a short break and come back with Madam Speaker on KUAM TV. That's happening next, right here on the link. It is Friday. We're KUAM FM, Agatnia, Guam, November 5th, year of the COVID 2021. This is the link.
Watch the link and the digital platforms of
feel like
KUAM
you're
for
missing out
doorbuster
on
deals.
something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
This report that was the legislature actually mandated that the governor and lieutenant governor report how they're spending the American Rescue Plan funds. They included it as an amendment in the budget bill, and so now, thankfully, they are obligated to report what they're spending in the ARP. I mean, they could have come out on day one and said, this is what we're spending it on. They could have come out and said on any day they gave anyone any money, hey, we gave these people the money. So when you talk about transparency, I mean, is this transparent, this report? Yeah, kind of. But they had to be forced to do it via suggestion. I mean, law. But we're looking at, did you just say 6.4 million in what? Credit card fees?
Yeah, that's how much was allocated. 6.4 million in credit card fees and 2.79 million actually spent.
Yeah, that's a big deal. I'm not sure what that's for. We know that the credit card fees were waived, I think, from like April through the summer, June or July, for when you're making tax payments and that type of thing, because they wanted to get the tax payments in. But I'm not aware of any of that being waived afterwards. So, yeah, we need to find out what those are for. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are going to the bank.
Yeah, I know. What was also interesting, Speaker, is that they gave out these big amounts of money, I mean, to the judiciary, and this report has like kind of little to no explanation, right? I mean, there's like a line.
Yeah. Right, that's what I'm saying too. Yeah, not enough detail for really us to know what they were intended to spend it for, and how are we going to hold them accountable for actually spending it on that. And how are we as a legislature who's responsible for appropriating the general funds that we have left going to be able to, accommodate, for example, if they received ARP funds for something that we were giving them money for, maybe we can use that money for something else that's critical as well, right? Like the shortfalls at the other agencies, or if they are expanding programs or expanding, capital improvement projects, I think that's great. They should really detail that so that we can all be on the same page. When we submitted our plan to the governor, when the legislature submitted its ARP spending plan to the governor, we were really looking for that type of thing, permanent improvements to the systems on Guam, so that going forward, our maintenance was going to be less, and just the benefit to the people was going to be more in the long run. And so some of these, I'm worried about. Like, I was under the impression that we were still getting reimbursed by FEMA for quarantine and isolation, and I see it's being paid by ARP. So I'm not sure we're still getting reimbursed by FEMA, or we're not going to be reimbursed by FEMA, and it's only going to come out of the ARP funds. And things like that. I just think now that if we only have 92 left, we need to know, it's very critical to know what those are going to be spent on. If we are going to do our job as a legislature, with the funds that we have left in the general fund. As you know, there's been a mad rush on general fund funds for different projects, and some of those are long-term projects, and but I don't see those here. Yeah, and for example, the LEAP, right? We had a big discussion on the LEAP. There's 25 million that by executive order they're allocating, but it doesn't reflect here. But if that's correct, it doesn't explain to us either the other side. For example, why can't they fund the entire LEAP program out of ARP funds and not use the general fund money so that we can use that on critical services? Those are programs designed to help these businesses that have been suffering from closure, suffering from, the lack of tourists on Guam right now. So, yeah. Many questions. So the report it's good. I'm glad they're complying. I think it's just obvious there are still a lot of questions. I still think good government requires a good plan, and if we can get a good plan, we can all chime in on it. I can't see any harm in that. They can ignore us chiming in on it if they want, but I don't even think it's me that wants to chime in on it as much as we have people, on Guam, just general public, business people, all types of people who I think if you show them the plan, they can give you better suggestions, and they can tell you how to finesse your plan. And so I'm open to that, and I hope, I would hope that the rest of the government is open to that we can. That's why we put our bills out for public hearing. We want them to be finessed. We want experts in the fields to tell us how to make them better.
So do you think we're still getting a plan at this point? Because, it kind of seems like this is the plan, is to just load up GovGuam with all these millions of dollars with no explanation about what it's for, and then meanwhile shaking down the general fund. For $25 million when it's clear that they've got no problem giving out the money.
It's not just 25 million. That's just one program. It's all kinds of programs that they're shaking down the general fund for. Yes, all kinds of programs now that they think it's kind of like a mad rush on the general fund. And I'm a little perplexed by that, because I don't feel comfortable. If you have a shortfall at public health and you have a shortfall at critical services, then you need to fill those first. And then you can decide this is extra money. And if, that's why I'm not comfortable with that type of planning. I can't go on promises anymore, right? We just seen those things change. So we need to know for real, are they going to fund public health with the ARP money or not? Because if not, then I think general fund should be prioritized for those critical services, if they're critical, right? Unless somebody has decided that these things are not critical anymore. And by the way, Sabrina, I think that the child care grant you're talking about, I think that might be separate from this ARP money. I don't think that comes from this. I think it's a separate grant.
Oh, I see.
For child care.
Civil Service Commission, 160,000.
Yeah, I know. Some of these we want to know the details of right away, right? I'm sure they should be available. But for example, DSID, I just talked to DSID not too long ago. I think we had a meeting. I'm pretty sure we had a hearing on something, but we had an oversight hearing on DSID. And we talked about funds, and they, at that point, were not aware that they were receiving ARP money. They just kept saying, we hope we do. And I asked them, if you do receive ARP funds, what are you going to spend it on? They said they were going to expand the services that they are providing under contract right now. For example, they have, they took the contracts from behavioral health for some of these treatment centers and took them under DSID now. So DSID, they just literally transferred the contracts over. DSID, now you pay it. And so we put some money in the budget for them to pay that, but it's a very limited amount of people that they can serve with those contracts. So they said if they received ARP money, they would use it to expand those services. Since we got this yesterday, I haven't been able to receive confirmation from the director or the deputy yet as to what this money is in fact going to be used for.
So
they did not seem aware of that during the oversight we had just last month.
So now that you've got the report, senators have got the report, are you planning on, I guess, sending something back, like requesting specific details on this, or would a law have to be passed? Or
do you feel like you guys should have done the reporting requirement? Maybe put a little more teeth in it.
I'm absolutely sure that Senator Taitzkui's on that. This is her amendment, and it's one of those things. I mean, we can write laws that are 5 pages long telling, the government of Guam how to write a report. But I just think it's common sense, if you want to go through the question and answer for 5 days versus just tell the people where you're spending this stuff, where you're spending the ARP money on. I can't see why that's such a hard thing to do. And I don't see why it's like a cat and mouse game. It's kind of like, oh, you didn't write that in your law, so our report is only going to give us the very minimum. And it's so obvious to me. It's kind of like we're going to do the very minimum. And
we're going to do the very minimum.
Anybody.
We're going to do the
FOIA it, and we're going to get it, but it's silly. And
So I know you mentioned Senator Taitzkui, but do you plan on calling in Lester Carlson or anybody from BBMAR to kind of like break this down? I don't know, an informational hearing or anything like that?
I'm sure I'll consider that with my colleagues. What's the best way? Even to set a hearing, it takes 5 days. Within 5 days, they could have provided this information. They could provide it in an hour. They could provide it in probably a minute.
They can come on right now.
Yes. I think it would be completely foolish of them to be spending this money without knowing all of that. And they know it. And it's just a matter of providing the information. So, who did they want us to beg for this information, right? That's ridiculous to me. And especially now, it's like we have other things to worry about. We have other financial issues to worry about. This is cash. You're paying something, just show it straight out, be done. We're done, we're moving on. And what we really want to know is going forward, what are the priorities going to be? So I think for the legislature, we've tried different ways. So now we've been successful finally in getting at least an after report of the expenditure. It's not a plan. I don't think you can really govern well without a plan, right? And to hide the plan, I don't think it's a service to anyone. Not with this kind of money that we're talking about. This is the same, this pot is almost as big as the entire government of Guam's budget. And it's very much counted on to assist in critical services. And you got to look through here and, make it, we're guessing whether these are critical services or they're not, whether these are, permanent types of infrastructure or they're not, or different things. So yeah, I'm concerned. I feel like if there's only 92 million left at this point, then we very much need a plan. The other thing is, I think we need to make a decision on that 300 million, right? That they're allocating for the hospital. If that's still necessary, well, hopefully, I guess we'll know soon after Congress acts. We're going to see if there's any allocation for hospital funding, that then we can also use this 300 million in the ARP.
Since we do have you on the line, I did want to ask about that executive order that was signed by the governor last week, creating the new division within the Department of Public Health for child wellness, I believe. And then it had those two bureaus underneath it.
All right. I don't have that in front of me, but I think it's a great idea. I think focusing on child wellness, child care is a huge part of that. I think it's going to be, I hope public health can handle it. We've had issues. They're short of staff still, right? Even after all this federal funds, even after oversight hearings and all kinds of things and issues being pointed out in the media, apparently they're still understaffed in many critical areas. CPS being one of them, of course, and the need for social workers is huge. And so this bureau, right, they got funding for it. I hope they can get the correct personnel for it as quick as possible, and not I hope this happens fast and not as slow as we've seen some things happening, unfortunately, like when we were trying to expand the environmental services division so that they can do the guidelines for the businesses, they could do inspections on these businesses. That did not happen. After all of that talk, it didn't happen. It's happened maybe on a 1 or 2 positions, and that's about it. Not on the scale that we had hoped for, anticipated when they talked about, creating a new bureau to do this. It's not at all like that. So I'm hoping this executive order will help. I think anything we can do for the child services and creating a special bureau, if that's what they think it's going to take, then I hope that that's correct. But I just think, we've seen it. The personnel that are working on these are, sometimes stretched. They're stretched for sure in their current work, and they're stretched because of COVID for other additional work. So it has to all happen.
Yeah, I mean, they got to put the money where their mouth is. I mean, it can't just be like we're going to put a new name on it, but it's going to be the same short staff, 5 people checking on all the kids. You know what I mean?
Right. Our child care program. I'm really actually. This is a federal grant. I'm pretty sure it's. I'm really happy for the expansion of childcare. I think that's really going to change Guam. I mean, it has the potential to do that if we do it right? And so it's going to get people to school. It's going to get people to work. It's going to give up the standard of child care, hopefully, and it's going to up education for early education. So I'm really looking forward to that. I hope that this works, and that's what it's supposed to do. That's what they're trying to do nationwide.
I know I've asked this question to you before in the past, and so I just wanted to ask it again. Because you are the acting lieutenant governor, at least for the next several hours till 7 p.m. tonight, do you plan on flexing your power to ask BBMR to give you the specific details about this expenditure report, this allocation report with ARP money?
Oh, sure. No, yeah, we will definitely ask. I would be surprised if no one's asked them yet since yesterday, but I didn't ask since yesterday, but yes, definitely. Yeah, no, we will ask. Yeah, for the details. It's just obvious, right? Like, can you give us the details? It makes sense. I'm going to ask them. What I did the last time was I asked them, and then I asked every agency that's listed here, and I asked from their side. And and you know what happens after that. If you don't get any answers, you have to send a FOIA. And for the life of me, FOIA is not the way to run a government. It's like if anybody requests something, give it to them. It's a document.
I need to get the clip of John Jr. Calvo when I asked. He came on and we had said, hey, so 1 to 10, how transparent is this administration? He was like, 10. 10, all the way.
Also, did you know you were the acting lieutenant governor?
I wasn't aware that the lieutenant governor had gone off island until someone, I think it was Chris actually who informed me. I didn't know. And So I didn't know at the time. There's no formal notification.
So you never got anything. I'm looking at this because I had actually messaged Crystal asking her what is the protocol. You know, she didn't respond. She just kind of sent me the governor's circular, and it says dated October 31st, but it was to all department and agency heads.
Yes, I noticed that circulars are not routed to the legislature. Yeah, and so even BBMR sends out circulars. We're not getting direct access to those. Yeah, maybe we have to write a law, right, to get them to share.
Look at our.
I'm just joking about that. I don't think that should be necessary. Of course, I think it should be protocol.
Speaker, we have a comment here from Rosemary. It just kind of goes with what you just said. Lester Carlson will just look at the laws and say they're just suggestions.
Right, that's what he did before. That's why I'm being facetious here. That no way, yeah.
Well, just heads up, you're going to be acting lieutenant governor again. With the governor leaving off island soon.
Yeah, so that I did. I still meet the governor on a weekly basis, or almost always by Zoom with the governor, the president of the mayor's council, Mayor Alec, and the chief justice. So that was one of the questions I asked her. I said, Governor, I heard on the news that you're going off island. Is that correct? So she did inform us of that and what she was going to try to do back there. But yeah, that's informal. So I'm assuming they'll send something formal.
All right.
Okay.
Well, Madam Speaker, we don't want to burst your bubble with all this stressful talk, so we're going to go ahead and let you continue your recovery.
You know what, though, Chris, if I just want to say something, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I want to, again, thank everyone for their well wishes, but more importantly, I want to ask everyone that if you are testing positive, if you're going in to get tested, first go in and get tested at any symptom you might have. If you have a symptom, if you were in contact, go get tested, because I want you to get treated as soon as possible. I don't want you to get sick and suffer. Even just a little bit of suffering that I did was too much, I think. And so please, and I want them to go avail of this monoclonal antibody. It's available to us on Guam. It's for you. Go and take advantage of that and get yourself well faster. And, I know that they've been saying, maybe yesterday in the news, I heard some reports saying that, we're doing so much better now. Our infection rates are lower. But I tried to calculate that up. I don't know, Sabrina, if you did your own calculations as well. And I'm finding, so yeah, there was a little bit lower infection rates, right? Like how many people tested positive. But there was also maybe 1,000 less people who got tested this week, right? Yeah. It's kind of a funky week because of the holiday. But at the holiday, the COVID testing at Tizen was not open. But anyways, what I'm concerned about is that the deaths are still quite high. Mm-hmm. And we don't know full explanations of that. Sometimes these reports are saying unknown underlying condition, right? And I'm not sure how to interpret that yet. I'm asking public health, but yeah, this is the kind of stuff that concerns me. I just want everyone, if they can, to prevent being hospitalized. And so if you are testing positive, please go get that monoclonal antibody treatment. When I went there, there was no one there. And in fact, so we have an entire team who's here from, the United States here to help us, but there was no one for them to help. It was empty.
Well, there's definitely enough positives to go around to get the treatment, so that's what I don't understand. It's the messaging.
Absolutely. All these 100 should be in there, or what is it? Was 467 in 7 days. Right. Yeah, I would think that's the kind of rates we should be seeing getting the treatment as well.
They had stats that Daniel Perez did a great story, KUAM News, and he had said that I believe it was 500 people have received the monoclonal antibody treatment, which is interesting to me because we've had weeks where, we had 500 positives, 300, how many?
879.
879. We've had weeks where we've had 879 positives in a week, you know what I mean?
In a week, right. And we've received only 500 treatments overall, right? And so, that's what I'm saying. That doesn't make any sense. And I want everyone to be assured, and I got this direct from the governor, that if you test positive, you're entitled to get this treatment. So go and get this treatment.
And it's free.
I don't know.
Yeah. It's free. Yeah.
It's free. Absolutely. It's free. It's convenient. It's not inconvenient to do it. And And I don't know. I'm hoping if I can stay well after this, that you know, look what it's done for me. I'm hoping that that's what it did for me. Was it just, you know, I was only sick for 2 days, and I hope I can stay well now and get out of here.
You know, it's one thing that I think, Speaker, you said that, you know, some of your symptoms, you know, COVID may have imposed, you know, maybe a runny nose on you, a bad headache, a sore throat, like you said, a fever, but obviously it has not touched your fighting spirit or your leadership.
Oh, thank you, Jason.
Day over here.
Because part of that interview when you was like, "Wow," I was like, "Yep, she's still got a game face on."
Yeah.
I know you better watch out because I've been confined to this room.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Cabin fever.
Take care, everyone. And in all sincerity, you know, I'm really sad. I'm missing things like not just session, but I'm going to be missing. I just want to say this. It's a funeral of a very, very close friend of mine, Mr. Francisco Lizama. He's a Purple Heart Vietnam veteran. I met him when my children were in Hurrah, but since then I've just learned so much about him, and he's one of, I think, Guam's heroes. You know, he's dedicated his life to just helping people. He was a fire chief for a while. He helps the veterans so much, and they all, you know, think of him as like the wise man in the room, and I was just so honored to know him, and I'm sad, you know, I've been crying since he died, and I just don't want to cry alone. I want to go to the funeral and cry with everybody, but of course I'm not going to do that. But I just want to say, you know, everybody, there's many important things going on, but just please be safe. And I just wanted to just pay my respects to him. I know that the film about him won the GIFF, the film festivals. I'm so excited, and I know you guys did a story on him, so thank you so much, because well deserving. Very skilled man. He's contributed so much to Guam, our culture, our, you know, perpetuation of culture was so important to him, so important to him. And I actually met him, and we became friends because I went to a hearing before I became a senator to talk about the Chamorro Land Trust leasing out some commercial properties, and I didn't agree, so I kind of testified there, and we became steadfast friends after that, because he always reminds me that's why he's my friend, because he likes what I said that night, and that's why he supported me. But I was actually his supporter. He was a great man, and a great man for the community of Guam. So
Amen, Speaker. Thank you for those kind words about Mr. Corned Beef.
Take care, everybody.
Agumasi. Yep.
Get better.
Feel better.
There you go. 8:27. Quick break, and then we're coming back, and we're doing the news here. Brought to you by Pacific Points. We did have some comments, though, guys, just real quick here, from the most intelligent audience in the world. We did have a comment here. Rosemary LaGuardia, what's the explanation for the credit card expense? Sabrina?
This is the report. There's no explanation.
So what does it just say? Credit card fees?
It just says credit card fees. Credit card fees.
So it's a spreadsheet with a lot of numbers and a lot of line items.
Allocated, 2.795 million expenditures.
Like, how many credit card transactions are we doing? What's a typical fee for a credit card, Jay?
If we haven't posted this whole thing online, I think we should. If it wasn't in Nestor's story, Nestor did a little breakdown on his report last night, but I'm not sure if we attached the entire. Yeah. It's one page, and
it is.
But it doesn't, like the speaker was saying, it doesn't include the $300 million for the hospital. I think it was 20 or so million for GVB that the governor has said publicly. Former Governor Carl Gutierrez also said, "Yeah, I'm gonna get this ARP." You know me, and then.
No, you didn't. Who's getting ARP? Oh, not me.
I was kind of sad that I didn't see the Mayor's Council of Guam on here.
Yeah, because they've got a lot of great programs, like after school type programs that the governor has committed the money. She has it, but they haven't got any of it. And that's, to me, with this list, it's like knowing that government agencies are getting this money. It's been given. They didn't say anything about it until they were forced to report it to us publicly. There's no explanation. That's
okay. So if you guys want to check out that spreadsheet that Sabrina's talking about and everything like that, I'm actually adding it to the story. It's the top story on our website. So interesting reading for sure.
Yeah. Let's go into comments. Samantha comments here, and this is relative to what we're discussing about the deaths in this pandemic. Yes, I agree, Chris. It's as if the deaths are meaningless to the governor, just collateral damage. Margaret Hattori Uchima comments, and so glad to see Speaker getting better, continuing to send you prayers and love. Rosemary, the Speaker is glowing and stress free. Doreen agrees. Absolutely. Thank you, Lord, and frontliners, professionals in our beautiful island of Guam. Biva, we appreciate your commitment to our island. Take care of yourself, Speaker. Emma, she's a fighter, the Speaker. I'm glad you're feeling better. Jessame, during that hearing, Senator Shelton and Senator Nelson were just lollygagging around like two little schoolgirls, not even paying attention to the session. Watch the video. What a shame. Marcy comments, glad to see the Speaker is feeling better and is encouraging to hear of her experience and hopeful that therapeutics work for those that need it, especially those who may not be vaccinated. Rosemary Laguatnia comments here, one thing that really stood out on that report was the third issuance to Public Defender's Office. One, Shelton's budget amendment. Two, Shelton's bill using EITC funds. And three, ARPA funds totaling over $1 million. Yeah, they did get a significant chunk of money. And there's just no rhyme or reason. Like, why would you give the Public Defender's Office that much money but not give the mayors the money they need to watch our kids after school? I don't get it. F. Glenn, thank you, KUAM, and the link. Happy Friday. Have a great weekend. So, yeah, keep your comments coming here, guys. Thank you so much. Chris, thank you for acknowledging our comments. You have a good day and a wonderful weekend. Well, thank you, Marcy. Rosemary, this is the last one. We'll go to the break. Acting Lieutenant Governor should never have to FOIA an agency. Amen. 8:31, we're back with the news next right here on The Link. Good morning.
Take in the panoramic multi-platform morning show. The Link just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Pay credit card fees before you give the mayors money to take care of our kids after school. You know how the bank is. When a bank be calling, bro, you gotta no time to dilly-dally. 8:33. It's Friday. Welcome to The Link. Brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Top Winner Prizes, and Jack in the Box. Good morning, Facebook Live, KUAM TV. It's Friday, November 5th, 2021. Let's go ahead and get into our 8 o'clock newscast, which is brought to you by Pacific Points. Here with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Off it, everybody. The number of COVID-19 related fatalities has risen again. The Joint Information Center reporting Thursday night that there were 3 more deaths. The 246th occurred at GRMC on November 1st. The patient was a 71-year-old man. He was unvaccinated. He tested positive on October 31st. The 247th occurred at GMH on November 3rd. The patient was a 61-year-old man, unvaccinated with underlying health conditions. He tested positive on the 28th of October. The 248th also occurring at GMH on November 3rd. The patient was a 48-year-old man, unvaccinated, underlying health conditions, testing positive on October 30th. The JIC also reports 46 people are hospitalized for COVID. There are also now 3 pediatric admissions. 6 patients are receiving ICU level of care, while 4 are on a ventilator. The JIC also reports that out of the 46 hospitalized patients, 26 vaccinated, 23 unvaccinated, 2 ineligible to receive a shot. Public Health reports a total of 97 new positive cases out of 1,149 tests performed on November 3rd, 60 identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 18,507 officially reported cases. 2,505 are in isolation, and 15,754 have recovered. The CAR score continuing to decline. It is now at 10.0. To date, a total of 123,958 people have been fully vaccinated that are eligible. As for booster shots or additional doses of the vaccine, the following have been administered: 10,974 doses of Pfizer, 3,640 doses of Moderna, and 92 doses of J&J. According to the Guam Department of Education's daily COVID-19 report for Thursday, they reported 3 students have tested positive for COVID. They were identified at MU Lujan Elementary, FB Leon Guerrero Middle School, and JFK High School. There were no reports of any new cases involving GDOE employees. The CNMI, in the meantime, reports 9 more cases of COVID identified through travel and surveillance testing. There are 48 active cases, and the total case count is now at 339 since March of last year. 628 tests were conducted on November 2nd. After weeks of regulatory and legal review, the Biden administration laid out new COVID-19 vaccine mandate rules, which will cover more than 100 million American workers. Skylar Henry reports.
The White House laid out new rules which will require millions of unvaccinated working Americans to get the shot.
We're now down from 100 to about 60 million unvaccinated Americans, 12 years and older.
All federal employees, federal contractors, and healthcare workers at facilities receiving Medicare or Medicaid have until January 4th to be fully vaccinated. People who work at businesses with more than 100 employees must also be vaccinated by January 4th or test weekly and wear a mask at work.
Folks who haven't gotten vaccinated yet, please get vaccinated. It's easy, it's accessible, and it's free.
Businesses with unvaccinated workers could face fines of nearly $14,000 per employee per violation. And federal workers and contractors who don't get the shot will face disciplinary action, which could eventually result in them losing their jobs.
They're putting fear into their employees, and it shouldn't be that way. They should ask us, hey, what do you want to do?
More than 24 states have already announced plans for lawsuits to block the new Biden administration mandates from taking effect.
President Biden and his administration want to invade the personal lives of thousands of Georgians, burdening hundreds of businesses of all sizes and endangering countless jobs.
Senate Republicans slammed the new mandates during a hearing Thursday morning.
One recent survey found that 59% of unvaccinated workers are still not likely to get vaccinated, despite the mandates from this administration.
But administration health officials defended the new rules, calling them a public health priority. Skylar Henry, CBS News, the White House.
Island children may be able to get vaccinated as early as next week thanks to a recent approval of the CDC's vaccine recommendation for kids 5 to 11 years old. Daniel Perez reports.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have finally approved the use of vaccines for kids ages 5 to 11. In a press briefing, Public Health Interim Chief Medical Officer Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero gave KOAM the latest on how they will administer the Pfizer pediatric vaccine.
I think we're going to probably have the vaccines out in the next week or so. Right now, I think there's roughly about 18,000 individuals. Obviously, not every one of them will be vaccinated because it'll be dependent upon the parents. But what we're going to try to do is open up on Saturdays some vaccination clinics to try to get as many as possible in that first week. We're going to get roughly about 7,500 vaccines.
Dr. Leon Guerrero added the vaccination sites Public Health is considering are Ukudu and Tizen High School and possibly Father Dueñas Memorial School.
How's it going to work? It kind of depends on the feedback that we get from the schools of how many people want their kids to get vaccinated, and then we'll go from there.
Public Health has also been in contact with schools as well as their healthcare partners on how they plan to give the vaccine for their pediatric patients. Bureau of Communicable Disease Control Administrator Annette Uggan.
So we're working with all the public, private, and charter schools, but also for our enrolled providers. So we've already surveyed them, asking them, do they plan to expand to their pediatric populations? And the majority who are multi-specialty are on board already. And so again, it'll be a multi-pronged approach. We'll have school-located events, but we'll also have at the private clinics, and then also our community health centers will be offering it to the children as well.
Although there will be hesitation from many parents to get their children vaccinated, Uggan urges the public to get their information from a reliable source and from doing research. Dr. Leon Guerrero will be meeting with the island's pediatricians to have them convince parents of the benefits and effectiveness of the Pfizer pediatric vaccine. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Thanks, Daniel. About 879 residents have received the monoclonal antibody treatment. Of that number, 500 were given at the infusion center in Mangilao, and 10 to 15 patients come to get treated every day. As reported, Dr. Luis Cruz of the Guam Guard has said the demand for the treatment has decreased. So far, the treatments have been going well, he added, and no changes have been made at the treatment site. With more news now, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. The Budget Bureau released a summary of American Rescue Plan money expenditures. It shows that of the nearly $600 million in ARP funding received, about $105 million has been spent in a variety of categories as of October 31st. KUM's Nestor Lecanto has the details.
Senators have been clamoring for a spending plan and wrote into the budget law the requirement to report ARP expenditures monthly starting in November. The summary released to the Speaker today from BBMR shows spending of $105.25 million in 8 different categories, from protection of life and property to public health to public education to the biggest category of expenditures, public assistance. Some of the specific big-ticket items include $38 million for the All Rise Act, $22 million for quarantine facilities, $20 million to GIDA for business assistance programs, $15 million for the 2 hospitals, GMH and GRMC, and $15 million to GPA to help hold down rates. The summary does not include the recently announced $25 million for the Local Employment Assistance Program, and just today, Adelup announced it would allocate $20 million for a new child care provider assistance program. The governor has also announced previously that she intends to set aside $300 million to help pay for a new hospital complex. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Masks are no longer mandatory for fully vaccinated individuals on local military bases. The announcement was made by Joint Region Marianas today, and it is in effect immediately. JRM Commander Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson cited the improving health conditions, but clarifies that it is still mandatory for individuals who are not fully vaccinated or who are unable to be fully vaccinated to wear masks on military installations. Additionally, masks must still be worn at on-base establishments that require them in order to safely operate, including medical facilities and DODEA schools. JRM also reports that more than 98% of active duty personnel on Guam have been fully vaccinated, while federal government employees have until November 22nd to get fully immunized as per an executive order from President Joe Biden. Deliberations have finally concluded on a bill to correct a mistake in the local land claims law. An amendment to the bill was mistakenly included in the final version that was signed by the governor. The mistake was later caught, and the author of the amendment that was ruled out of order, Speaker Therese Talahi, introduced a new measure to correct it. She said it was an exact copy of the previous bill, but without the mistaken amendment. However, during deliberations today, original bill co-sponsor Senator Jim Moylan questioned a change in wording from descendant to decedent.
The body for agreeing to.
Senator. So the website provides
adjudication committee shall adjudicate all applications submitted by compensable Guam victims or survivors of compensable Guam decedents. So I'd like to know from the author, these are 2 different meanings, 2 different words, and how do we conclude to change it in the substitute version when it was submitted and confirmed that is in the public law version of 3659.
But Senator Sabrina Perez read a statement from the Speaker explaining the change.
As stated previously, this bill, as substituted, is an exact mirror of the previous Bill 130 and includes all amendments that previously passed during deliberations on that measure last month with technical corrections. The change from descendants to decedents was made at the recommendation by our legal counsel and was done transparently. Passage of this bill will resolve the error, and I urge my colleagues to do that.
The bill was moved to the third reading file and will be voted on today. He escaped from the Department of Corrections when the guards were not paying attention. That's what escapee Anthony Camacho told officers after he was captured. In the Superior Court, Anthony, along with his brother Augusto Camacho, appeared before a judge for their magistrate's hearing.
According to the Department of Corrections, 27-year-old detainee Anthony Camacho was discovered missing from their quarantine tent just before 7 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday. But according to a magistrate's complaint, Camacho told police officers he actually broke out at 7 o'clock the night before. According to the timeline of his 12-hour freedom run, he escaped at 7 p.m. Monday when DOC officers weren't paying attention. At 5:30 the following morning, surveillance video showed him at the Adelup Mobile, where he stole cigarettes, phone cards, and bottled beverages and got into a gray sedan and left. About an hour later, at about 6:26 a.m., GPD received a complaint about a stolen car at SJ Market in Harmon. Anthony allegedly approached a man who was getting into his car and told him there was something wrong with his tire. Anthony then got into the driver's seat. His brother, Augusto Camacho, then allegedly punched the victim several times in the head. The two then drove off with the car. At 6:50 a.m., DOC discovered Anthony was missing during a head count. GPD at 7:15 received the report. Just after 12:30 in the afternoon, almost 12 full hours after he admitted to escaping from DOC, Anthony, along with his brother, was found by GPD in the Mongmong area. According to the magistrate's complaint, officers found drugs in the car and leg irons from DOC wrapped inside a black t-shirt inside a backpack. Anthony admitted to the theft at Adelup Mobile and the theft of the vehicle in Harmon. He also admitted to purchasing and shooting up methamphetamines with a syringe, and that in order to avoid police, he drove to Tow Pros in Harmon, stole a license plate off a damaged vehicle parked at the lot, and placed it on the car he stole. Anthony faces a myriad of new charges to include third-degree robbery, felony escape, and possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, while his brother Augusto faces charges of theft of an automobile and third-degree robbery. DOC, meanwhile, is still conducting its internal affairs investigation into the escape and working to provide additional security in the area. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
During a hearing before Judge Jonathan Kwan this afternoon, a $5,000 cash bail was set for Augusto. He is scheduled to appear before the court on November 12 for a preliminary hearing. Anthony's magistrate hearing was continued until Friday. And on Thursday, Judge Alberto Lamarena III's courtroom, 24-year-old John Carlos Daniel Haas was sentenced to 8 years with all but 3 years suspended for third-degree criminal sexual conduct as a second-degree felony. It was in April of this year when Haas pled guilty to the charge after admitting he had sex with a minor he met online who he thought was of age at the time. Prosecution argued for the full 8-year term, the maximum range under the plea agreement. The victim and her family were consulted throughout the process and provided input on the terms of the plea agreement. The Attorney General's office has granted Korea Electric Power Company, KEPCO, and Samsung E&C America Incorporated a third extension for their response to the lawsuit against them. The AG took the companies to court back in August seeking damages after they failed to implement their Guam EPA-approved erosion and sediment control plan for their solar farm project in Manilao. Because they didn't, adjacent private properties were flooded from storm water runoff to include Marble Cave, which was left a mud pit. The new deadline is January 7th of next year. During this time, the defendants will provide the Department of Public Works, Guam Environmental Protection Agency, and the OAG an assessment of the impact that the runoff from the solar plant had on the freshwater cave and a plan for remediation and restoration. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
All right, thank you, Isaiah. Let's keep it going here on the link. We're going to the KUAM News Zoom room where we're joined by Task Force Pineapple's Glenn Pangilinan here for an update on all things Afghan commandos. Good morning, Glenn.
Good morning. Thanks for having me again.
Of course. So I think it's been about a week or so since we had you on, but I mean, keeping in touch, definitely been very busy, and we understand that you met with the governor yesterday. So can you go ahead and bring us up to speed on what transpired in that meeting?
Yeah, she just restated her in how she wants to participate, and I basically shared with her what that might look like. And so the task now is to go back to Washington and make sure that all the concerns that we discussed are mitigated. And should they decide that Guam fits the model as we think it is, for an aid station, then it'll get passed down from the appropriate folks. And so now she'll be able to be read in before she gets that stuff is the goal. So that's what we accomplished, and I'm pretty happy with everything that was said yesterday. And so now the tough task is dealing with the DC space and getting all the appropriations done, and then dealing with the Afghanistan end. And that's going to be the toughest part of it all.
Glenn, I know that you had indicated that the governor was very supportive of your effort, but you also mentioned that there was some challenges discussed. What were some of those challenges that were brought up?
I mean, it's typical challenges of any, man-made disaster. It's talking about facilities. It's talking about movement of personnel. Where they're going to go, what timelines are. It's just all those kinds of typical things that any disaster like this encompasses. So it's not anything unusual. It's really a matter of creating a plan that considers everything that she has in mind and people here on the island have in mind, versus just creating a plan and saying, go do this. That's not something I think she deserved. And so considering COVID, considering where we are right now in the economics of it all, it was important to bring her in and have a conversation about it and what it would look like and the resources it would bring.
I wanted to get a reaction out of you because we did get a statement out of Joint Region Marianas. Ree, do you have that? Yes, I do. Oh, sorry.
Yes, I do. I actually was going to ask about this.
Okay.
So, as Chris mentioned, we did get a statement from Joint Region Marianas. So this is Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson, the commander, and he said there is no plan to host Afghanistan evacuees at Andersen Air Force Base at this time. The Department of State and the Department of Defense are working together to provide the right resources and capabilities for all Afghanistan refugees, and will provide updates as information and sourcing solutions are identified. And so that kind of takes me back to when you first came on the show, and wanted to ask, so is all of these plans to evacuate the Afghan commandos and their families, it sounds like this is not a done deal.
No, and a big part of why the GRM wasn't aware was really because we had to really think through what we were working on. We had a concept in mind. This has been work since August. Guam was identified as a potential when it was mentioned by the governor. I think what the Pentagon found when they came out here was just an impossible situation to make it happen. But that impossible situation has now become even more impossible, which ended up making it possible because there's no other place to go. And so it's just, it isn't something that's going to come down unless we were comfortable. And I'm talking about every veteran group I support, every former Green Beret and SEAL who's put their heads into this concept and planning operations. This isn't just me as a singular person. It's a lot of people who are very good at contingency operations, which is one of my specialties, and looking at everything that we have and considering that, and then talking to the governor of the island was really important to me, on a personal level and on a professional level, and based on our conversation we can create almost a final solution. And then it's a matter of involving those who are part of the public-private partnership at the Pentagon, to talk with General Milley and the DHS and the Department of State to get together a plan of action to actually come in the island and execute it without disturbing what was already planned at Andersen Air Force Base or at Apple Harbor.
Wow. So what's next for you? Are you heading out?
Yeah, I leave here on Saturday. I'm more likely to be in DC all week next week. And it's for obvious reasons. I've made considerable friends on both sides of the aisle. I want to share with them what the conversation was. It's not about pressure. It's about letting everyone know who is involved and who this is important to understand. That we actually had a conversation with the governor of the island. This is what she had stated, and her statement was, if I was asked to support, I'm going to support that. And my promise is to come here and hear that again and explain what the plan is, and go back to the Pentagon and bring back all the considerations that we had versus what the governor's concerns are and what the base concerns are. And that's really what this was all about. I don't necessarily, and I just wanted to say this, we talked about Task Force Pineapple. Task Force Pineapple is really a conduit to funding for Christian charities and other charities that support a variety of veterans groups. And so this is derivative of all of those efforts. We've gotten 6,000 people out on our own. We've fundraised, money to pay for the $800,000 flights that it costs us to get 300 people out at a time. We've helped to resettle people throughout the United States with Christian charities. And so since this is a bigger scale, and since this is a little bit more of a difficult push, it was important to take our manifest of active duty commandos and share that with the National Counterterrorism Center and vet these people, check proof of life, and then compare and contrast what our concept of operations was with what exists in the island, how we could do it, and then come back and formulate some strategy to have it pushed down by State Department and Department of Homeland Security.
I know your arrival, Glenn, took a lot of people by storm because it was like you were here. We put you on the link. It was like the day after you arrived, and raised a lot of eyebrows. So just to kind of clarify, your role in coming out here was it pretty much part like fact-finding mission, and then also to just reach out to those relevant state heads to kind of push this plan?
I came here to talk with you like we did in the beginning, and I wanted to hear what the local population had to say about it, because it's critical, right? And then you wanted to see what response people would have about it, and it wasn't to blindside people whatsoever. I love Navy. Navy's liberated us. I served in the Navy. I love it. Those are my brethren. Those are my tribe. You guys are my tribe. So I came here basically to be a very good representative of where I've come from. I'm not a politician, so I'm not good with all this TV stuff, but I'm doing it because lives are at stake in this position of my life. Lives are at stake, and this is not my mojo. My mojo is being behind the scenes, and I was a chef for 7 years before I was asked to come back and help with this. So I'm far removed from that, and that's why I got all these tattoos. I was not expecting to come back into the policy realm and dealing with this stuff in DC, but when I was asked to come, it was just something that I couldn't turn down because of the lives that are at stake, and these are people that I care about as well. And this is something that I think everyone wants, right? It's just a matter of the governor's biggest point was Guam has always figured it out. We've had people come through. We've been successful at doing it. It's part of our history. And she said that as soon as she's informed that this is a reality, she'll take the proper measures to make it happen. And my assurance is it's not going to be Guam alone. It's not going to be the base bearing the brunt of all the weight and resources for all of this. And it's about looking at, Tom Ridge's group and other groups that are involved and private groups and donors to come here and actually do this on the island. And it's simply sharing our hospitality and sharing our space for the processing of these individuals coming from Afghanistan. And then they're out of here, in the beginning of the new year is the goal. So that's the hope right now. And so far it's good, but I've been telling everyone that the toughest part is the actual operation, and that's getting them out of Afghanistan. It's a volatile situation. It's deteriorating rapidly. It's what sparked this, and we should never really act emotionally, but what sparked me getting on a plane here on an immediate kind of a fashion was because the junior volleyball team girl that was murdered in public, and they put her body up in public. I didn't like that. And so this pushed the emergency situation into gear, and it forced me to come here and make some discoveries to figure out whether we're going to do this or not. And that's where it stemmed from. I think everyone is really worried that the window's closing and atrocities are going to happen, and no one wants to see atrocities on TV when you could have probably put your best foot forward, probably come up with a good good solution and executed that solution. So that's where we are with everything, and we're hoping that we can actually get people in DC to commit to it, which I'm very confident they will. This is a courtesy call, if you will, and this is the best plan that we've actually put together since day one as a group collectively that has been working on this at the Pentagon and as a private group with various charities. This is the best solution that we've had so far, and this really is the last stand. And once we process people through Guam, this is the last stand. This is it. This is our last chance to get people out.
Glenn, thank you for your time, and when you come back, make sure you drop a message and we'll get you back on.
Yeah, you bet on it, man. Thank you,
Right on. Glenn Pangilinan, repping Task Force Pineapple. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. It's 9 o'clock on a Friday. Get ready to get a little hot in here as we got Senator Joanne Brown standing by. We're going to talk about this ARP report. I know she's got some thoughts on this new war claims measure that's being proffered at the legislature. I just wanted to say proffered. And that's coming up next. So quick break, and we're back with more of The Link on this Friday morning on the way.
Make it through the week.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be with Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out. Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV 8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Ken Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Well, I know that you're gonna be okay anyway. You know there's no rhyme or reason for the way you turned out to be. I didn't go and try to change my mind, not intentionally. No, it's hard to hear me say it, but I can't bear to stay. And I just know that you're gonna be okay anyway. Always keep your heart locked tight. Don't let your mind retire. Oh, but I just couldn't take it. Tried hard not to fake it, but I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. It felt right. Oh, but I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. It felt right. Oh, but I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. Use your imagination, try to make you what you wanted to be. Because I'm sorry I did what I did, but it came naturally. And I give it all away, just so I could say that. Well, I know that you're gonna be okay anyway. Well, I try to
Hey, good
keep
morning,
myself
908.
together after all the
Senator
opportunities.
Joanne
I tried to stay
M.
true to
Brown
you and try
joins us now in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Senator.
Hi, good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning.
Pretty good.
It's Friday.
It is
Yeah.
Friday. Woohoo!
It's voting day.
Oh, that's right. B-Day. Yep. You guys are voting this afternoon? Right, Senator?
I'm sorry?
Voting this
yes,
afternoon,
Oh, we
right?
do. Yes,
Yeah.
we do go into session at 3 this afternoon.
Everybody,
Trust me, we're going to hold the bill and read it, go line by line before we vote on it.
Do you have your snowpack?
David, remember the snowpack, right? Oh, wow. Those were the, hey, I go back as electric typewriters, man. Talk about going back in time. But hey, sometimes the old system, as simple as we like to look at it, was actually very effective.
tried.
Now we have all this modern technology and we're making mistakes. So
Right. Well, let's just get right
maybe the
into it
old
then.
ways in some areas are actually more beneficial for us.
On that note, I wanted to ask, what's it like for you working on this technical? It's almost like a technical correction bill, correcting that oversight that was signed into law. So you guys are doing this, but then there's also that other measure that's kind of hanging over, the one from Senator Shelton, Senator Moylan, and Vice Speaker Tina Munia Barnes, and this is the bill that would do what the mistake law did, right?
Well, I guess we'll see what happens with that bill, Chris. I mean, I can understand some colleagues wanting to rush, the babies of paying more reparations to descendants. But, I don't support empty promises. And I think we really need to look at that bill and also the funding source that has been put forth, because even that I have a lot of questions about how they're going about doing it. It's almost like a free for all. We're gonna do these tax credits to our businesses, and that puts the businesses in a very strange situation. I mean, it's almost like, well, let's cherry pick our favorite business, and those guys get the tax credit, and the ones we don't care for so much, well, let them carry the tax burden and pay their taxes. And even more importantly and fundamentally, the whole issues of reparations was to have the United States government pay reparations to our people who suffered during the war. I mean, there's something very significant with regards to where the money's coming from and why the money's coming to our people. But to ask our people to pay our own people, that's essentially what's being proposed by that bill. We need to look at this as revenue that comes into the government of Guam, that operates the government, that provides the services to our community, that educates our community, that takes care of the health care of our community, that provides critical services that we need. And I think we can all agree a lot of those key things still need to be addressed. I mean, our schools, the list is long, our roads. There's so many things that our community currently needs, and we're taking from the future. So I think we need to look very carefully at the source of how this is being funded, because I think there's something very important with regards to the principle of why reparations are being paid out and where that source of funding is coming from. And if the expectations by some of our colleagues is that money's supposed to come off the table of revenue coming into this government now that's supposed to provide for our people now and in the future, I think that's going to have a lot of discussion and a lot of review. And please keep in mind, I'm a descendant, as many of us are, of family members that were here and suffered during the war. My grandparents, my grandmother, who I never met, passed away several years after the war from illness. My grandfather was in his 40s and had children and families and obligations to take care of when he went through the horrors of war. So it's very personal for all of us, very hard to talk about those issues, even though I was not there at the time and my mom was born several years after the war. But emotionally, when you have that connection, you feel that. So it's not that we don't recognize the suffering of our people, but I don't think we should be politicizing it through this process and making false promises to our people without really vetting this issue and vetting the source of the funding and is it a legitimate source? Right. I don't think that's right. I really don't think that's right to do that, to try to say, oh, we're the great saviors and we're going to pay all this money out. And again, put false hope and false promises in front of our people. I think our people have had that so many times in so many years. I think they're getting tired of all that.
Senator, let me get in here. We do have a little piece of breaking news. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani from the KUAM news team. Sabrina?
Right. We understand that GFD is responding to a report of a possible fire at the Global Dorms. This is the homeless shelter in Mongmong. I'm also hearing that it could be a trash fire inside one of the rooms. So Tomas Manglotnia is actually on his way over there to kind of check it out and give us an update on the situation there. And as all of you know, the homeless shelter was opened in July because of the COVID pandemic to house some of our homeless people. And ever since it opened in July of 2020, it's just been filled to capacity. Yeah. So hopefully everybody's okay over there. And just stay tuned. We'll bring you a live update.
Thank you for that, Sabrina. Now back in with Senator Brown. I wanted to kind of go off of what you're saying is they introduce a bill, right? And then with what some might call a questionable funding source. But, the politics of it is if you don't support this measure, then you don't support paying out the war claims for our greatest generation to everybody, right? That's kind of what you mean when you say don't politicize the issue, or is it?
Well, and I think that's what some are going to want to turn it into, because they want to play the politics. You want to talk about playing politics, that's playing politics. Even the source of funding, I mean, let's just make sure the money never gets into the general fund and put on the table for appropriation to address all these other critical needs of the government. This is a way of going around it. So you're really not taking direct responsibility. You're saying, oh, we're going to have the businesses pay it out. And then the revenue doesn't come into the government of Guam to take care of the critical services that are needed to provide money for our education, for our students, to provide for our police force. I mean, even right now, you and I know collectively, I mean, do our people feel safe in this community? Every year that goes by, we feel less safe. Let's just, and you know, certainly you guys in the news every day, you're there just as the story you mentioned, while it's happening, when it's happening. You know, we see the constant list of crimes. I mean, we had a prisoner just escaped the other day that went out and perpetuated more harm upon our citizens. And then, you know, we're hearing, maybe he was out longer than when they found him missing. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that makes our people unsafe and uncomfortable when they see and hear that. And then they're suffering from it. They're victimized by it. So when you see that still happening in our community, it's really hard to want to talk about playing politics when right now we cannot protect our children, we can't protect our elderly, we can't protect our residents to feel safe in their own island, in their own community. And that's the reality of what's happening every day out there. So, you know, let's talk about that if you want to talk about taking care of our people. Like I said, anyone who's here who's a descendant, and you know, the only thing that happened was our loved ones didn't live long enough. They didn't live 78 years longer to be able to receive compensation, of course, at a time when they needed it the most. Can you imagine having to go through the devastation of war, having no home? I mean, my family was part of the families who were here in Agania. My grandfather grew up next to the Plaza de España and had to move up to Sinajana and start their lives all over again without that support, really rebuild literally from nothing. So if there's anyone, of course, we know that's more deserving of that, is them, is those that actually suffered. But it's not something I can undo. I wish I could. But it's not something I can undo through an action here, because they passed on. They'll never get that sense of recognition in their lifetime because they've since passed on. I mean, my grandfather passed away 35 years ago. My grandmother, goodness, you know, since 1950. So those are realities of many of our families. And if we're going to address paying out to those that have since passed, because of course, I'm not going to say that their suffering is any less. They just simply didn't live long enough because this took so long for the federal government to properly recognize our people. And we cannot, let's not kid ourselves as local legislators, we cannot correct that. We cannot correct the history of what injustice has happened to our people. And I certainly don't want to put myself in a position, I'm only just vote buying, you know, to go out there and, oh, that's a popular thing, because right now money's falling from the sky like confetti, you know, and we just simply are handing it out. And if you're not part of that game, then, oh, I guess you don't care for our people. Because there's so many other ways we're not taking care of the critical needs of our community that we can't fund right now. And so I think when we make these kind of decisions, this is the heavy lifting. This is when you really do the heavy lifting in government, is looking, if you want to do this, if the decision is of the body, oh, we do want to pay this, is how do you pay it? And what are you taking off the table? And what are you not funding of critical services that are currently needed? And what are you taking away from the future? I mean, let's ask our young people, they're 18 to maybe 25 years of age right now. What would they see as a priority? Do they believe that this money should be paid for war reparations for those that have passed away? So I think we need to look at that. And I'm someone who's worked with many of these, survivors that have since died. I mean, 33 years ago, Governor Atta appointed me to serve on the Guam War Reparations Commission. We held hearings throughout Guam. We held hearings in California, and we went on with the late Beatrice Emsley, the late Mayor Bernardo. We went to Washington, D.C. To testify before the U.S. Congress about this whole issue of war reparations when Congressman Blas had H.R. 2024 that was introduced. Twin Peak Cruz, who was an insular guard in the plaza that defended the plaza when we were invaded. I mean, I worked with them to write their testimonies. I sat with them while they made their testimony before the U.S. Congress. So I have a very personal connection to this issue. But even with all that, I just think we need to do things the right way, and we need to really measure and review what we're doing, rather than just sending out press releases and instantaneously introducing bills so we can ride this issue and say, oh, we're going to pay everybody out. Yeah, I'd like to know how you're going to do that, and what are you taking off the table to provide for our children now and for our future? What are you doing to do that? Let's ask those key questions and see what the feedback.
Wanted to ask you some key questions here about this ARP report that I guess you guys had mandated in the budget that the administration report to you the spending of these ARP funds. And
Yes.
so you got the report. I guess just did you get a chance to put eyes on it? And what are some of your takeaways?
we just got it yesterday afternoon. Yes, I've had a chance to look at it.
Your thoughts, concerns?
Well, I mean, it gives us an expenditure report with some general numbers. It doesn't really give us the specifics. I think I'd like to know in some case, what are the details of what this money has been spent on. I mean, this still does not address, I certainly appreciate the efforts of our Senator Tello Taitigui in really pushing to have this requirement put in the Budget Act so that we can get, not us, but more importantly, the public will know how this ARP money is being spent that's been provided on their behalf. But this really doesn't tell you exactly what the use of the money is. And more importantly, this does not represent a plan, and a plan that we've been asking for quite some time, to outline specifically how does the governor and the administration really intend to prioritize the spending of these funds. This does not provide that, unfortunately, and I think those are the kind of questions we need to continue to ask. This money was intended to be provided on behalf of the people, and all these many months later, I mean, we're 2 years into this pandemic, and the administration still has not publicly outlined how they intend to spend this money. I mean, we're seeing it after the fact. Like some of these things, you're like, okay, what did we spend this money on at the Civil Service Commission? What impact did they have that's COVID related that we needed to provide this funds for? Maybe they have some legitimate need that we were not aware of, but I think that's the kind of stuff and the kind of questions we need to ask, because areas like in customs, I mean, this is a nominal amount, considering the amount of money the general fund is subsidizing to pay for customs. These are the areas you'd be looking at that are direct impacts from COVID, that you think, hey, more of the federal money should be going in these areas to offset the adverse impact that we've suffered. That would make more sense.
Yeah.
So I mean, we appreciate the accounting, we expect the accounting, but I think some of these areas we need to delve in a little further to know exactly what the details of how these funds were spent. But like I said, overall, still does not provide us the overall plan that we were asking for. And granted, the governor can adjust as she needs to. I mean, as things come up, so there's no doubt there may be a need to adjust priorities and spending. But to not publicly, at this point, even come out at this late stage in the game, I really think is disingenuous. And it's really unfortunate that the governor's not forthcoming. You know, we hear all this, we're transparent. Well, we're not obviously transparent with regards to how we're intending to spend this money that wasn't intended for the governor, but was intended for our people. And to not know that, even as legislators, to have gone into the budget. Now, you know, ultimately I didn't vote for the budget because I just thought we should have been more assertive in these critical areas of not putting full funding to almost force the administration to spend those monies in those critical areas rather than funding it and then giving that much latitude for the unknown. We still don't know how she's intending to spend it because she's not come forth publicly and provided that information.
Thank you so much, Senator Brown, for your time this morning, and we'll try and catch up with you next week because I have a feeling more information is going to be coming out, not just about this, but other federal funds. So we appreciate your time this morning.
Anyway, you guys take care. It's always good to talk to you, and have a good weekend.
You too. Senator Joanne Brown. We're going to head out, actually.
Yes, we're going to head over to Mongmong. That is where Tomas Manglotnya is. We mentioned a little bit earlier about a possible fire over at the Global Dorms. Tomas is actually there, and if you are just joining us, you can see GFD is there as well on scene. Tomas, are you able to speak?
Yes. We're here at the Global Dorm in Mighty, and we just checked in with GFD, and they said that this was a trash fire in an occupied room. They did report that no one is hurt, and we can see that people are evacuated. We're not sure when people will be let back in the building. Obviously, ongoing response here, but no one is hurt, and we were told it was a trash fire in an occupied room of Prison Break.
Did you say unoccupied or occupied? I didn't hear you.
Unoccupied room.
Unoccupied room. Okay. And that's good news to hear that nobody is hurt. Thank you so much, Tomas.
Thank you, Tomas. Right on.
Yeah,
okay.
We're also hearing that the investigators are up there to look into the trash fire. You never know. Why would somebody be setting
Trash can on fire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Tomas.
Right on.
Again, no injuries. GFD responding to a report of a fire over at the Global Dorms. That is the homeless shelter. It was opened in July of last year during the pandemic to be a safe haven for our island's homeless population.
9:25. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of the link next. But before we do, heads up, guys. WM Engineering Services LLC has an immediate job opportunity in Tamuning, Guam for the following position: mechanical engineer, perform engineering duties in the planning and designing of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, HVAC, and fire protection systems for commercial, industrial, U.S. military, and government projects. Confirm system and product capabilities by designing feasibility and testing methods. Recommend design modifications to eliminate system malfunctions. Investigate equipment failures to diagnose faulty operation. Proficient in the use of engineering and design computer programs such as AutoCAD, Revit, and Trace 700. Applicants must have a BS degree in mechanical engineering and 2 years verifiable work experience as a mechanical engineer in the design of HVAC, fire protection, and plumbing systems. Drug testing and background check required. If you're interested, please submit your resume by mail to WM Engineering Services LLC. Attention, William G. Miller Jr., P.O. Box 392, Hagatna, Guam, 96932.
Learn about people and
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUAM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUAM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV 8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Tomorrow News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Tomorrow News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
0094 on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Hey, good morning. It's Friday, guys. 9:37, November 5th, 2021. Let's go ahead and get into some of our Friday segments, guys. You know, on Fridays, we do Sports Link with Dave Delgado from the KUAM sports team. It's proudly brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape. Do I have that? Where's that, guys?
Sport Link, yeah.
Where? Show me. Ah, okay, yes. It's Dave Delgado from the KUAM.
Sportslink.mp4.
Right, I got you.
I made
Thank
it really,
you.
really hard to figure out.
Again, it's a Sports Link on this Friday morning at 9:37. Good morning.
Sports Link is brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape.
The Father Duenas Friars and Guam High Panthers went to work last Friday night. Both teams undefeated in the ESA Football League. Scoreless first quarter as both sides weren't able to sustain a drive. Friars linebacker Roy Chargaloff was all over the field making tackles for the FD defense. Friars Lucius Medler came up with the game's first turnover, intercepting a pass from Panthers quarterback Aaron Johnson. Medler with the pick as the rain started to come down. Nice game before being tackled at the 20-yard line. Guam High's defense was also able to come up with the turnover, interception inches out of the end zone. Fumble on the play, the refs huddled up and signaled for the safety. Aaron Johnson put Guam High up 6-2 after scrambling 70-plus yards for the touchdown. Johnson, with some next-level speed, takes it down the sidelines and goes into the end zone for the score. 4th and short, quarterback Alex Sojo takes the snap and plunges his way in for the touchdown. Friars go up 8-7. They go for 2 and convert to lead 10-7. Sojo hit wide receiver Tanner Acosta deep right for the huge first down. Acosta's grab put FD on the Panthers' goal line again. Jaron Meno gets the call and punches it in as the Friars went on to win 17-7 to keep their unbeaten streak intact. The GW Geckos played a home game against the Southern High Dolphins. Good defensive battle as neither team was able to score in regulation. GW scored in overtime and converted on the 2-point attempt for the 8-0 win. The defense was able to close shop on Southern's offense. Games for this week: Friday, November 5th, Guam High taking on Ukadu at 7 p.m. FD going to play GW at 7 p.m. And then on Saturday, November 6th, Teason taking on Southern High at Southern at 9 in the morning. JFK taking on Sanchez at Ukadu at 7 p.m. In tennis news, Tennis Academy of Guam will be warming up the holiday season with the upcoming ASC Trust Holiday Heat Tennis Challenge Series beginning November 12th. With most of the matches being played at the Guam National Tennis Center in Harmon, the registration fee is $35 for the first event and $20 per additional event in each series, particularly with the high school doubles event specifically set for high school doubles teams to train before the interscholastic season. Registration is free of charge. The deadline to register for the various series events is 1 week before the selected event begins. Registration can be done online at www.tennisacademyguam.com. The Triton Athletics Department announced Roque Alcantara Jr. as the new head coach for the varsity men's Triton baseball team. Alcantara has more than 30 years of experience playing baseball as a pitcher, outfielder, and first baseman. He plays in the Guam Major League and has been on the Guam national baseball team representing Guam in international competition since 2002.
We think that this young individual will be the person that will give us that connection to the high schools and to the youth programs on the island that will start feeding people into UOG baseball.
This is the latest addition to our Triton Athletics family. The new head coach for our Triton baseball team is Coach Roque Alcantara. And I'll just go ahead and hand him the hat now so he can put on the new Triton part of the uniform.
This university sits on my very own village. My late brother Steve actually graduated here and played baseball for UOG. So it's very close to my heart. Baseball runs through my veins, it runs through my blood. Thanks to my father and to my grandmother for instilling that trait and that sport in our culture, in our family, in our lifestyle. I'm just right now focused on getting a foundation going, getting some numbers, getting a roster going, and then that way we can start hitting the field.
The Guam Gymnastics Federation will hold its board and general membership meetings on Sunday, November 7th at 1 in the afternoon. The board meeting will be held at 2 in the afternoon. The general membership meeting will be held at the Island Twisters Gymnastics Club in Tamuning. For more information, you can call 483-6409 or email guamgymnastics@gmail.com. The CPOA 4-player Scramble Golf Tournament takes place November 12th at the Palm Tree Golf Course on Anderson Air Force Base. It's $320 per team entry and includes the cart, food, drink, longest drive, and closest to the pin entries, along with some cash prizes. The event is open to the first 11 teams. To register, payment and registration is due by November 8th. Payments can be done in cash, PayPal, at cpomarianas@gmail.com. Make checks payable to CPOA Marianas Guam. For more information or to register, you can contact Jason Frost at 486-4078. Dylan Kittigwa, who's back home in Hawaii after taking part in the 240-mile Moab race in Utah.
I'm just getting back on my feet, kind of getting a clear head. And that race was, it was a 240-mile foot race with, limited amount of sleep and a limited amount of time for me to do it. They had a cutoff of about 113 hours. And so it was a 5-day race. I was able to get about 1.5 hours of sleep per day. And I did about 2 marathons a day to finish that race.
You're still looking to become the first Chamorro to climb Mount Everest. How are things going for you, and what steps are you taking in order to make that dream a reality for yourself?
as you might imagine, the Moab 240 was a very strenuous and arduous race for me physically, spiritually, and mentally. And so what I'm doing right now is cultivating a lifestyle of hard work and determination and consistency to really get my mental side ready for the climb of Mount Everest. And I'm seeing a lot of awesome strides with my physical fitness, as well as getting my story out there. I'm trying to show people, trying to show fellow Chamorros that I am serious about climbing Mount Everest. Here, look at me. I just finished running 240 miles in the desert, and the desert had a lot of snow and a lot of heat, and I experienced both weather extremes there, and I experienced a lot of exhaustion and a lot of self-doubt. But by triumphing this race and finishing a race that many people had dropped out of and many people didn't have the mental fortitude to finish, I felt that I was creating for myself the mindset that I'm going to need to be the first Chamorro to climb Mount Everest.
And since telling your story, what has the response been from family, friends, people who just may have heard your story that want to contribute? Because the last time we spoke, it is a very costly climb for you.
Yeah, the last time we spoke, we talked, it was about, I think I gave you a number ranging from $60,000 to $90,000. And, the response has been awesome. There's been a lot of moral support. There hasn't been a lot of financial support. But what has been really cool is that after our talk, the Learn Chamorro Project approached me. And they're doing this project called A Million Miles. The whole idea of this project is in the year 2022, they're trying to do a cumulative 1 million miles in 1 year. And so that's the whole community of Guam trying to come together to do 1 million miles. And so I'm actually going to spearhead this fundraiser that they're doing in March by running the perimeter of Guam, and not the 48-mile race that goes on, but the actual full perimeter from the southernmost point to northernmost point, around 90 miles. And that is, again, to raise awareness and show people that maybe don't understand what 240 miles is, but people in Guam can understand, yes, I'm going to run the entire road that circles Guam. And it's been awesome. I've been working with Troy Agan, who is the executive director of the nonprofit, and they've been really helpful with me. And they're trying to help me get those sponsors, get all of the information out there that, it helps them, but it also helps me. But I'm really trying to drive home the fact that I want to do this for myself, for my culture, my family, and for all Pacific Islanders.
I'm here with DeAndre Cruz, inside linebacker for College of San Mateo out in the Bay. Man, you missed the first 5 games of your season, having to get some surgery done on your knee.
And once I got out of crutches, I still I wasn't sure what was wrong with my knee because I didn't get it checked until like 3 weeks after I got hurt. So once I got out of crutches, I told my trainer I wanted to play this season. So I just started getting work in rehab, getting my mobility back, started walking again, and then I got my MRI. I didn't think it was going to be that serious because I was already walking, doing some exercises, but they told me I had a small tear in my MCL and meniscus, and they wanted to shave off the torn cartilage, and they said I'd be out like 3-4 weeks after the surgery. So I went about 4 weeks after I got hurt. That's when I got my surgery. And right after that, I was like 3 days after my surgery, I was back in the training room, grinding every day, trying to get back. And if like 3 weeks after my surgery, I felt fine, felt like nothing happened. So I told them I was ready to play. We were talking about possibly medical redshirting and just sitting out this season, playing next season. But yeah, I was really determined and confident that once I got back from my injury, once I was cleared to play, like I'd be ready to go. And that's exactly what happened.
For you playing the inside linebacker position, how is the season going for you? And how is the team doing this season?
Well, right now we're #1 team in Cali for JUCO, #1 defense too. We're 8-0. It's been going pretty good. Still a lot of stuff we need to work on.
What's the goal? Ending in first place, or just trying to lock up that #1 JUCO spot in the state?
We got 2 more games in the regular season. I'm gonna try winning those 2, get a spot in playoffs with a home field advantage. The goal's winning state, winning it all. So we got to secure that spot in our conference already, #1. So just got to finish off regular season strong, get ready for playoffs.
So this is your last season. Any talks of continuing playing?
So right now it's my last JUCO season. So the goal after this, get a full ride to D1, a 4-year. I had a couple schools looking at me before my injury, but I missed first half of the season, so I gotta get back up to that. But yeah, the next goal is definitely be at a D1 next semester.
And I know a lot of the off-season training with Coach Chad Ike definitely helped. And just talk about that. Just continuing to put in that work whenever you can with Coach Chad.
Oh yeah, definitely. Coach Chad, I always go get in work with Coach Chad whenever I can, and it really gets me prepared for especially like a program like this where it's really just the main emphasis is putting in that work. So, Coach Chad, he taught me that ever since I first met him, just keep working, keep doing your thing, good things will happen, and moved on up to a school like this, and it's really been paying off.
And in programming news, make sure to keep it locked to the stations of KUAM for all of your NFL action. Monday, November 8th, KUAM TV 11, 4 in the morning, NFL on CBS. The Las Vegas Raiders at New York Giants. Switch the channel over to KUAM TV 8, 11:20 in the morning, NBC Sunday Night Football, Tennessee Titans at Los Angeles Rams.
SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Daiwa and Echo Superstore, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape offers everyday low prices on bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and more. We also offer maintenance and repair services. Visit Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape in Barrigada along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446. More info. Now shipping to surrounding islands, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape. Tomas Maglotnia joins us here. He's actually got a great project that's being featured in the Guam International Film Festival. Tomas?
Yeah, lots of great filmmakers coming up at the Guam International Film Festival starting today. And I wanted to just share a bit of a clip that's going to be premiering at 3 o'clock today.
Okay. And what's the name of it?
The Ocean is the School. It's a 41-minute documentary, but we're not going to air that right now. It's just a bit of a clip with one of the characters.
And this is a film that you...
Yes, it's a film that I produced as part of my graduate program across 10 weeks. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
Is
so
there anything this man cannot do?
Yep,
yeah,
right
but
on.
so it focuses on Pacific Islanders in the United States and kind of their struggle. And here you're going to hear from Dr. Vika Palaita, whose brother was killed by the police, and his motivations to continue educating other islanders in the States to learn about their history.
I always drive with him. Everywhere I travel, I always take him with me. Every time I think about Crit Pack Studies, what it means, I think of my brother. I think of him. I think of his life. I think about what he's gone through, the things that he could do and things that his family could not help him with. And even more why you need a place, you need an academic field like Crit Pack Studies, because that diasporic living, that living in the diaspora, it's a different beast. It's a different beast than living at home. Yeah, I'm not saying it's more intense, I'm just telling you, it's a different type of beast that you're dealing with living here in the States. And Crit Pack Studies, it covers that. It allows the intellectual space to engage about the very same things that my brother went through. This is where I normally come, when I want solace, just want to get out, see nature for a little bit, and I can't get to a national park or a hike. This is where I come to, a lot of ideas get processed here. While I was looking for other ways to find my way, what it means to live in the States or the diaspora, that journey was very difficult, right? You had to lean on people. I'll never know what it feels like to be a navigator, but you sort of feel like, oh my gosh, you have no choice but to voyage. You're out here. The ocean out here is rough. So ocean becomes that, not only the metaphor. Sometimes I hate calling it a metaphor because it presumes that it's not real. In Western academic spaces, we might say, oh my gosh, that's beautiful, cultural theory. In Crit-Pack studies, we say that's not cultural theory, it's cultural reality. These are real things that we're talking about. So the ocean not only becomes a lens, it becomes our cultural reality. That is what we live. But to me personally, Crit-Pack studies is my brother Matthew. My brother was involved in a killing. He got into a fight. This person that he fought, Samoan as well. This person also passed away, right? He died from his injuries. And so my brother ended up serving time for that. So my brother spent almost 10 years. You know, he was staying up there. He was homeless because he wasn't getting along with his wife, but he wanted to be around his kids. And that's what he did, even if he needed to go homeless. And he did it. And when you're homeless, you're going to get into a lot of other things too, right? It's just, I'm not saying all homeless folks do, but you're sort of the chances and opportunities for you to get into other things, right? It offers itself up, right? That lifestyle. So my brother got in, and he was trying to get on his feet, get a job. And then in 2017, on October 23rd, he was on his way to an interview. The police stopped that vehicle. His friend was driving. My brother was in the back seat. And he was shot and killed. He was simple traffic stop. He was getting out of the car. The police say that he was armed, and the police says that he was armed and he was trying to shoot them, and it actually was his phone, and they shot him and brought him down.
Tomas Maglotnia there with his ocean documentary. It'll be featured in the Guam International Film Festival. Good stuff there. Let's go ahead into another sponsored segment brought to you by our friends at Ruby Tuesday. On this Friday, it is Feed Me Fridays. Good morning.
It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
We're giving a little sneak peek here with a great three-course holiday set that Ruby Tuesday has. We're going to start off with this pumpkin bisque, and it's basically really simple. It's pumpkin puree. I know they put a little bit of heavy cream and some spices. Pumpkin can go both ways. It can either be solid and savory or sweet and dessert, and this is a really good representation of the savory side of pumpkin.
I've never had pumpkin bisque.
This is good.
Have you ever tried pumpkin bisque before?
I never have. It's really good. What an invention. It's not heavy, but there's definitely some...
You can taste the pumpkin.
Right, yeah, it's very filling.
This is definitely a lot to eat, so we're going to bring in our friend to help us explain the next course.
Our man Fred here to explain a little bit about the main course in Ruby Tuesday's three-course holiday set. Looks delicious, Fred.
Thank you, Chris. So this is actually the second course of the three-course holiday set that we got going on for Thanksgiving. So this one is consisting of a turkey loaf. The turkey loaf also has a cranberry glaze. For sides, we do have a corn mashed potatoes, green beans, and then also a turkey gravy, brown turkey gravy for the turkey loaf.
And I noticed there's actually vegetables right inside of the turkey
Yeah,
turkey
so
loaf?
the vegetables inside is basically just your standard stuff. You got yellow onions, celery, carrots, and stuffing to hold it all together.
Right, and so this is turkey. It's not your traditional meatloaf. It's a little bit of like a healthier spin, right?
Correct, yes. So it's actually, we use turkey instead of like traditional like ground beef.
Yeah. Perfect for Thanksgiving.
Awesome, and so our side here is green beans. Are people able to switch out whatever
Oh yeah,
side they want?
absolutely. You can switch out your sides if you'd like. Yeah,
Nice.
you don't have to stick with the standard sides that we set out. We do have other options for sides as well in the menu. So if you'd like to swap out the sides, you can absolutely.
Right, but this is real Thanksgiving-y because on Thanksgiving you always got the green beans, the mashed potatoes, and the turkey.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I see you, Fred. I see you. Gotcha.
And the corn inside
For
there.
sure, yeah.
Yeah. Right on. Well, let's eat.
Enjoy, guys. Yeah.
Now we're just eating.
So ready to eat.
Again, this is the second course of the 3-course holiday set here at Ruby Tuesday. Fred did a great job in explaining what exactly we're getting ourselves into. And?
Wow.
And wow.
It's healthy. It's Thanksgiving. There's a lot of vegetables in here.
Yeah, I like the cranberry glaze.
Yeah.
You'd think it'd be sweet, but it's not. It's really not super sweet. And these are fresh cranberries, by the way.
Yeah. And the flavor of this turkey loaf, they really got like all the taste of Thanksgiving. I feel like I'm eating like stuffing.
That's
and
what I was
turkey
just gonna say.
Mashed potatoes and gravy all like in one bite.
And the corn, mashed potatoes. I actually like mashed potatoes like this.
Right.
You're right though, it's like this whole meal, this whole dish is everything you would get. The turkey, the stuffing, the green beans obviously, the corn, mashed potatoes. They combined everything masterfully.
And I'm just so thankful. I forgot it was November. I'm so glad that Ruby Tuesday sent a great reminder with this 3-course holiday special. It's a great deal too. 3 courses, holiday courses. We started off with the pumpkin bisque, which was.
We still have one more course.
Yeah, I gotta pause and I gotta save room for dessert.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back to you.
How hard is it to make this pumpkin?
I've never made a roll before.
Right.
Usually I'll make pumpkin cake.
Yeah. And so like
bread.
we said, pumpkin, it could go both ways, either solid, savory, or sweet. And desserts, this is my kryptonite. Any dessert with pumpkin, I just can't resist.
And the thing about this is that they didn't just give you one slice.
Yeah.
It comes with 2 slices.
It comes with 2 slices. Like, do I look like I need 2 slices of pumpkin roll? Really, I'm like a pumpkin roll already. I just roll around everywhere. But it's good. I'm not gonna turn it down.
Salute and the rest. But like you said, you probably finished this.
Yeah, just needs a little vanilla ice cream. There's a little smear of the pumpkin filling. And hey, have fun with this because at the end of the day, pumpkin is a vegetable and vegetables are healthy.
It's moist. It's really good.
Damn, did Fred make this? Fred got it going on. Fred, get married, dude.
Fred.
You know what I really love about it? It's not so sweet.
Not even the cream, the filling.
This cake, though,
It's moist.
it's really moist. Wow. This cake is awesome.
We're just kind of sampling, but I'm kind of like full.
Yeah. Tap out. Enough. We tried, Bree. We tried.
Yeah.
I hope we didn't bring any shame to our company by not finishing these 3 courses. Oh man, Ruby.
You got it going on, girl. You got it going on.
Ruby Tuesday. Remember, come and buy the 3-course holiday set. This is awesome. Again, bring the family, make it a date night. Just do you takeout? Why not? Maybe you do a little takeout and you tell that someone special, like, oh yeah, I know how to cook a turkey loaf.
Come on.
Played it really nice.
Yeah. You got your dessert. Thank you so much, Fred and the gang here at Ruby Tuesday. Again, this is running throughout the holidays. It's a holiday 3-set course at Ruby Tuesday. You got the pumpkin biz, you got the main course, which is the turkey loaf, your choice of sides, this awesome white gravy, and then to the dessert. Wow, really saving the best for last.
That's it for us here. Excuse me. Ruby Tuesday. Feed Me Fridays. Happy holidays, everybody.
MTV, thank you guys so much for jamming with us on this Friday episode of The Link, November 5th, 2021. Be safe, okay, guys? Have a great weekend. We'll be back at you on Monday with another great episode of The Link. Until then, Guahusi Chris for Sabrina, Jason, and Joser. Hasta adios! And we're back. A reading from the book of Burger King. Thank you so much for covering Cover Me. Our friends at Burger King. Guys, can you handle the heat? Try the ghost pepper chicken nuggets now at Burger King. And guys, heads up for Monday, right? So Monday, Burger King does thank you for driving through Mondays. And on Mondays, every 10th car gets a free Whopper coupon. Okay? All right, so thank you, Burger King, for presenting Cover Me, guys. I'm going to split after this, but thank you again to our Facebook Live audience and also everybody listening here the good old-fashioned way on The Breeze 93.9. Your go-to jam is on the way, but first, let's do Cover Me. Ooh, I like this one. Fanzugi. It's a very lively video. Right, guys? It's Cover Me, brought to you by Docomo Pacific and Burger King. Hasta adios.
Strike it up, lay it out, light it up, breathe it out, back it up, look at me, Fanzugi, strike it up, lay it out, light it up, breathe it out, back it up, look at me, Fanzugi, sails up and now we're up and running, better gonna hear me coming. Rolling my episode, yellow dripping spineless galore. I'm watching all these through the bottles more. Yeah, you know I can want some more. Company he's out on Tuesday. Tuba got me feeling tutu. Going with the baddest bitches Scotty's ever seen. Dripping brown snake skin on a brown skin queen, yeah. I'm high up on a cliffside over landscape so pristine. See Zion buds from Newtown. She passed that joy to me. She's such a queen. It's so serene. Where I will be. So now I wanna see it. Strike it up, lay it out, light it up, breathe it out, back it up, look at me, Fanzugi, strike it up, lay it out, light it up, breathe it out, back it up, look at me, Fanzugi, Come now, it's getting late. You got me feeling some kind of way. About we sail back across the bay. Teach each other how to fornicate. Shake the up, I'm drunk on sea. Birds fly like peony. Said she wanted all the letter from a mother, yeah. Look so fine, I wanna turn her to a nana, yeah. Put fire to my ice cold skin as we get in the sea. I'm fine to go wherever, try as long as you're with me. So what's the deal? Let's spin the wheels. What's that you feel? Come on, give it to me. Jack it up, play it out, light it